welcome to day number 6 here in Sylt, and today we have got the wind back. Yeah, so a couple of quiet days on the beach, on the water, a couple of guys, you know, relaxing, going surfing, chilling out, getting stressed, whatever you want to do, waiting for the wind to come back. But today the wind is back. Unfortunately, the waves are not up, so we are not going to see any wave sailing action this morning. It is going to be all about slalom, but it looks absolutely perfect for slalom. I think there's gusts up to 20 knots, or at least the high teens, so probably like, what, I guess 12 to 18, 19 knots, something like that on the course area. So it is going to be some real action-packed slalom. You've probably already seen the results, how they are at the moment. They're super close, and there'll be a few guys looking for that second discard. So I think we are scheduled to start at 10 o'clock local time, so we've got about 15 minutes to go. So make yourself a cup of tea, get yourself ready, and to get you warmed up, we're going to check out the highlights from the other day. I'm pretty sure there's a bit of freestyle in it, and then we finish with that one elimination where there was some absolute carnage. So let's check it out. Going straight into freestyle. The world title is on the line here in Sylt.
We are two guys on the water, we are doing tricks. It's really warm, so that's super nice.
Sunny Sylt, amazing.
I am a bit more than before. No infatuation is wrong. We are whatever we want to be. Feeling this new love evermore. I am reliving our first kiss every day in my mind. You are my one and only wish. I was so sorry.
It looked like you weren't going to drop a move in that final.
I guess I had the heat of my life. It just felt that whatever I wanted to do, I was able to do.
Leonard Neubauer, what a winner. Absolutely destroyed the final. First ever final and won it. Second place, Steven van Broekhoven, one of the oldest freestyles in the book, but he still got it. And then third and fourth, a real big battle between Testa and Bosson, a replay of last year's first and second in the world. Crazy. We're going straight into the double elimination.
I am a bit more than before. No infatuation is wrong. We are.
Well, that's what freestyle is all about, spinning around and having fun on the water, and I do have hell lots of fun out there.
I am reliving our first kiss every day in my mind. You are my one and only wish. I was
2023 Freestyle World Champion Jentel Kers. When he beat Bosson in that third place, that guaranteed him the world title. I think he did 8 heats today.
I'm super happy to manage this heat and finally taking the world title. It's been a long day. I've been all day stressed. I didn't eat properly. Just, but I'm really happy about my performance. I didn't see what Bosson did. I don't know if it's a close heat or not, but for sure he was sailing amazing like always.
Ultimate comeback.
Woo!
I am a bit more than before. No infatuation is wrong. We are whatever we want to be. Feeling this new love evermore. I am reliving our first kiss every day.
Hey Leonard, you just beat a world champion and won your first event. That's amazing.
I mean, it's insane. Actually, it feels even a little bit better than yesterday. Having my first ever final, and it just all comes so quick. And yeah, I'm gonna calm down now, celebrate a bit, and let it sink in, and possibly go out for a session because I didn't sail that much today.
Leonard Neubauer, he was the man again to stop Jentel Kers, and Leonard Neubauer wins his first ever PWA freestyle event. Yeah, so there we go. Leonard Neubauer winning the Sylt What event? He's won the freestyle here in Sylt. Jentel Kjær's taking the world title, and Leonard, with that win here in Sylt, actually moved him up into second for overall. So vice world champion in 2023 for the 19-year-old. And thoroughly deserved come back from injury. But we are not going to go on about freestyle anymore. That is finished. It's over. We are now back into slalom, and this is the first heat we're going to see on the water. Tieme, Fura, we've got Kernum, Hooper, Stallman, Cousin, Benedetti, and Isaac. Isaac at the moment is leading this competition. Yes, he is. Mateusz Isaac leading. He's got 7 points. He's already got a second, and a third, so some great results. Discarded at the moment, a 10th, so not the worst discard, actually. Pretty solid racing from the Brazilian. Second place at the moment, Matteo Giacchino. Second, first, it was looking really good then, and then the wheels have come off a little bit, 12th and a 7th, which are still solid results, but he wants to win this competition, so he'll be almost disappointed with those. He had a problem with his front wing, which now I guess it is all solved. So expect to see him firing today. And then we've got Johan So. This will be a big result for him because it will move him up in the overall rankings. At the moment in the overalls, he's right down because he's only counting 2 results. He's down 25th in the overall. As soon as he starts to count that third result and the discard comes in, Johan So in the overalls, if he can stay up there in the top 3, will be right up in the mix. Bruno Martini also having a good event. He's got stronger and stronger as we've gone through this competition. 11, 7, 4, and then second. So he's up into 4th place. And then Nicola Goya with that win in the last elimination. He showed signs of brilliance. It just looked like he was destined for a win, and he finally got it in the last elimination we saw the other day, which was so funny. He had quite a candid interview where he was basically saying, I didn't think we were going to race today. He went out and he had a bit of a few beers the one night to celebrate. And he had the wrong kit, and then he still won. So it was so good to see that from an old school windsurfer like myself. Got the good old days. Okay, so before we kick off, we are going to check out the adverts and the sponsors of this competition, and then we'll bring you back to give you all the action.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Yeah, there we go. A few of the sponsors of this event. Although I'm a bit upset that VW advert didn't have any windsurfers in it. Come on, we'll sort that out. Have to have a word. Looks quite a cool van though, I won't lie. Okay, so we are into elimination 5 of the slalom. Yes, we are. So who are you predicting? Come on, who are you thinking is going to cause some upset? Who's going to be the big movers and shakers? Like I say, when you look at the results, there's a few big boys not doing so well here. We got Enrico Marotti. He's only 15th place. Wow. Not used to seeing him down there. Mardo Frieswijk is in 12th place. Pierre Mortefon 11th. These are the guys that with 2 discards we could see moving up the rankings. Are we going to be joined by Sarah Kita Offringer? Lady Sarah Kita. Lady Sarah Kita Offringer. We are, I think. We are very lucky people out there. 2 times racing world champion. 3, 5, 5. 5 times. I totally outdone her. You have to move up. I've been told they've got to get closer to me. You lucky. Look at this thing. This is look at this. This is like full fleece on. You've been following the racing, obviously.
Man, I'm so excited.
Yeah. We're gonna put your headset on, obviously get yourself organized. Yeah, there we go. We'll put you online so people can hear you.
Yeah, I'm on, guys.
Yeah.
I keep telling myself I want to go home, focus, relax, because I need to compete and stuff. And then they put the slalom on, and I'm like, that's it. I'm staying here.
The slalom is ridiculously exciting at the moment, isn't it? I was just actually looking at the results. There's some big names who are not up there at the moment, you know, which you know are going to come back.
Exactly.
Enrico Marotti, 15th.
Whoa. He won
Amado 12th. I mean, he's got 2 massive results. He needs another discard. Pierre Mortefon 11th. It's like, wow. So Benedetti's the one who's, you know, maybe up there, who we haven't seen really up there before, but he's
kind
new
of
to the tour.
consistent, no?
Yeah, he looks good. He looks like he is really a force. He's sitting in 6th place at the moment. He's at a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th. I mean, that's some top racing, I have to say.
Yeah. Bruno Martini also.
Yeah.
4th.
Yeah, again, he's
consistent.
another guy that's got better and better. 11th, 7th, 4th, and then a 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the guys are...
Hey, and there's nothing in it, Ben. Like, 3rd place, 11 points. 4th, 13. Like, it's 2 points, 2 points.
It's one elimination. You know, like
yeah, exactly.
If the guy in, 5th or something got a 1st, and the guy in 1st gets a 7th or something, it just goes... Zhoop. So it can change very fast. We've got 10 o'clock start, so pretty much coming up. This is Pierre Mortefon on your screens right now.
Hey, I was out there. It's windy.
Yeah, what were we talking? I think up to 20 knots, maybe 18.
So I read on the live ticker it's 15 to 26 knots.
Oh,
not sure if it's quite up there, but
interesting.
The riders are out on smaller sails. Like I'd say 6.0.
Live ticker currently.
Oh,
13 to 17 knots.
Okay, Dieter told me just now. He read somewhere.
It wouldn't surprise me.
On the wind meter out there.
The wind meter out there, okay.
Yeah,
it's on the top. But it wouldn't surprise me. It looks, you know, the gusts look around 20. And the Peterborough is notorious for being a little bit under.
Yeah, it's always windier than what they say.
Yeah, because I think the wind meters are tested on a floating boat. And, we've already had a general recall.
Huh?
Okay, unless they were using that flag to...
No, I don't think they were lighting up yet.
No, I think they were just using that flag to test up. I don't think we've seen anything.
That looks choppy. From the beach, it looks well flat. I was hyping up the guys, telling them it's a beautiful day, sunny, flat.
It's funny, isn't it?
And this is not flat at all.
Yeah, it's far. Actually, Alfie said that to me. He goes, yeah, but the fins today, I'm like, mate, this is like pure foil weather because it's...
Yeah.
You were in Pozo. You saw it's hard, isn't it, against the foils? They're just they're not getting stuck or hit every chop. It's just sliding straight over it. Again, it's not that easy to slide straight over it. But
having said that, now I did see how some foilers got knocked off the board because of the swell. Like they were on the foil and then on the swell, so they're like lower on the
touching
water.
down.
Yeah, and then a chop hits the board, and then they get knocked off.
So
I did see that.
yeah, I mean that could be a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will. Again, it's still all sort of new territory. We're working out exactly which winds and which sea conditions favour, you know, which riders and which riders do better in certain stuff. But definitely, it's silt. There's a lot of movement in the ocean. It's flat by silt standards, but there is still chop and swell all out there. And we have seen some already crazy stuff on that first day, and that was pretty tame, I would say. So we'll see. So Benedetti on the yellow sail, that's going to be easy to spot him.
Yeah, I like it.
Mateus Isaac leading this competition on the red Severn, you can see in the middle of your picture. We've also got Nico.
Hey, the guy goes away, full on Olympic schedule, comes back and he's like...
It's the first time he's been leading an event, red flag up. 4 minutes to go until the start. I'm just going to tune into the YouTube live stream, see who's tuning in. Windsurfing Nilsson. Party starts. How are we doing? Good morning. Thomas is on there as well. Yep, we are going to bring you the action. Second discard kicks in after elimination, usually after elimination 7. Yeah, it's 7.
Yeah, so that'd be very interesting today.
Yeah, and we've got 4 now, 3 today, second discard.
Yeah.
We are going to see a lot of movement today. No doubt about it. I'd be very surprised if the results are the same at the end of the day as what they are now. I think we are going to see some movers and some shakers. Today's racing should be incredibly exciting. I tell you, the level is just insane. So, you know, it's not like someone is dominating. Someone is the fastest and we know they're going to be there. It's not like that. I mean, Matteo Iachino has looked like that, but you look at the results, it doesn't always work out.
But also Nicolas Goyard, no?
Yeah.
He seems to be
the
fastest.
He made a lot of mistakes on that first day.
Exactly.
You know, it was kind of shocking to see his results at the end of the day. But he has got smaller foil. When we did that last elimination the other day, I kind of had a feeling he was going to win. And he did. But you still got to get the starts. You still got to not make mistakes. You still got to stay out of trouble because, as we know, sometimes you go down in slalom. It's not always your fault. We had, you know, Michelle Becker just trying to avoid crash after crash the other day.
Oh, my goodness.
He did well, but it just in the end couldn't avoid the last one. Blanca Alabao tuning in says, good morning. Can we add the heat numbers or the elimination numbers on the screen? I guess they can, but that's not, I can't do that from here. So you might be better to send a little cheeky email. But yeah, it's definitely useful when you're scrolling through the live stream at the end of the day, then you can find out exactly where you are. I know what you mean. The reason for that is quite useful. Or even better, someone goes through at the end of the day and puts the timestamps in for the finals and stuff, because that's a job. Like, and you guys at home can do that. You know, maybe you're feeling fresh and you're looking through. It does make a big difference if someone put the time codes in the comments. Anyone want to nominate themselves? You know, come on.
I think they do normally mention the heat, no?
Yeah, they mention it, but if you're scrolling through, you just want to see it visually. But if they put the timestamps in, you could literally, if someone was really keen, they could literally do every heat in the timestamps.
Yeah.
Which would be pretty cool. So there you go, Blanca. Good job for you.
Hey, 2 more minutes.
Okay, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Let's
1 minute.
Let's have a look.
I feel like on a day like today, it's the person that gets the right rhythm, you know, because you know you're going to do more races.
Yeah.
And the one that stays consistent, stays focused, relaxed. So you know how you can like win maybe one race and then you just on a roll and just keep on going? I feel like
it is interesting, isn't it? Like usually it's like wave sailing or freestyle. When you start the heat well, it kind of goes well usually. And it's like if you start the day well and everything's feeling good and you're tuned in and you sometimes never know till the first elimination. And some people are playing catch up and some people are just on a roll. So we're about to find out, is anyone on a roll today? Can Benedetti keep on this good run? He's up there again at this event. He was doing well in Furta and he's now there. Someone's on the fin. Jimmy Tieme, no doubt about it. There we go, green flag. Good start, that top end on the Neil Pride. Looks like a good start.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Green start. So I think that's Cornham up on the top end on the Neil Pride with the best start of the lot. Benedetti in the middle. Good start from him. We got Matthias Isaac quite relaxed down that bottom end. Jimmy Tieme on the fin. Just like, look at that. Just surrounded by all foils. And he's holding on at the moment. The jibe will be the telling one though. Cornham looks like he's going to go in first place. So Cornham round in first. Then we got Benedetti.
Oh, nice one, Jimmy.
Jimmy Tieme on the inside on a lovely bit of swell. He's took him down. Oh, Benedetti went down. And then the Patrick sail.
Was that
Kuzan,
Alexander?
he actually disconnected.
He lost the sail, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's savage.
Oh, my God. So we have just lost two of the big names in this heat. Two of the top-seeded riders in this heat are out at that first mark. Matthias Isaac stayed out of trouble. Wow. Jimmy Tieme with a great jibe on that swell.
Inside one, yeah.
And then who have we got out in the front on the Neil Pride? That is...
oh, I want to watch a replay of that.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Who is that? Kernum? Foyer?
Is it Sven? Foyer-Kamp?
Foyer?
I think he...
Yeah, it's Kernum in the front.
Sven.
So Sven. Foyer at the moment in a qualifying position. He's got Stallman right behind him from the UK. So I think they're going to have a big battle in this one. I thought he was German, but it's got an Italy sail number.
He's Italian, yeah. He lives in the northern part of Italy. So he actually speaks German. It's his first language.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. Italian, German. So here we go. This is going to be a tight race, this. We've got Kernum obviously leading. Second place, Matthias Isaac. Jimmy Tieme on the fin at the moment is holding them off, but they look like they're on a really tight line here. He's at a bit of a disadvantage on the fin here because the foils can go round, but Kernum and Isaac round. Then we've got the foils behind him. This is going to be the big one for Jimmy. Oh, this is where it hurts when you're a fan of the fin. When the foils just go round the outside. We've got one jibe mark to go, and now Jimmy Tieme has got a real fight on his hands. Yeah, let's stay on that drone shot. It's a much better shot for seeing the distances. There we go. Yeah, so they have just smoked him. He's got a chance here on this last jibe mark. It's a better, easier swell to jibe on. And he's got his work cut out now, though. He's pushing. He's having to push off that fin. He's going to have to take an inside line. He's going to go for it. And he's got to worry, don't get like chop sueyed up. He's got it inside.
Nice
Go on, Jimmy. We want him to go because he has the underdog here. And he's got a good line out. Stallman has come through. And it looks like Foyer might miss out, but it's going to be very close. It looks a tight line because Kernum is heading up. Jimmy Tieme.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I hope it's not just too... Is he going to make the finish? He's not got... It's not easy for the fin. The foil still might come back. It's not all over. Jimmy Tieme at the moment has got that fourth spot. Obviously, Kernum, Matthias Isaac, Stallman, and Jimmy Tieme has had to fight for this one. He's going to get it.
No way!
Jimmy Tieme gets through the first round. I mean, it's not often you would celebrate really in the first round fighting for that fourth place. But when you're on a fin in some tricky conditions...
Oh, that was incredible. Good job.
Yeah, that was a proper fight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a few supporters. I mean, it is natural. People will be, oh, why are you cheering? But you've got to support the kind of underdog. And the fin at the moment is 100% the underdog.
I guess the only advantage on the fin is that you can do a tighter jibe. So you will see that even if you're behind, it will go on the inside. Like I've done it a couple of times also in Fuerte. And that's when you can get that little edge still. And yeah, it worked out for him. I'm surprised because I think he's on a 7-8 maybe, no?
Yeah, maybe.
It's not...
I mean, interesting that with the swell, sometimes the fin can be the one, like you say.
Yeah.
You can take those lines, but you really have to hope the swell lines up for you.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
The foil, you have to help it lines up, but it's not as important. With the fin... You are dead. Like we saw him on that inside jibe. He got murdered, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know if we have any instant replays, but I mean, it'd be great to see that first mark again. So yeah, Jimmy Tieme through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's not how you want to start your day, right? For Benedetti. Look at him.
He's happy. Yeah, so here we go. This was the start. Good start from Cornham at that top end. Really good. Yep. Jimmy Tieme, good start. Benedetti, keep your eye on him. Yellow sail into the first mark. I think he crashed on the jibe. Oh, he hooked in.
No.
He hooked in. Oh, yeah. And then, well, that sail came off far too easily.
Yeah,
didn't
it did.
That was Alexander Cousin there. He hit the mast of Benedetti, but his sail just came straight off.
Yeah.
Wow. And this was the jibe where you see he just couldn't get the swell line right. The other boys come through on the back of that swell and just jibe around him. Oh, good race. Just kick things off.
Scotty did well to come back from that one as well.
Yeah, you're right. He did. He was in 6th place.
Yeah.
Oh, this was so close. Chose to take the inside line there.
All or nothing.
Yeah, Stallman just keeping it for you. Yeah, that white. Oh, that's probably what cost him a lot there. That touchdown, even though he got back up straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there we go. Looks like we're into the last minute. Who have we got in this next one? We've got Bruno Martini. We've got Matteo Iachino. We've got, Enrico Marotti. Macker, Rocha, Vrieswijk, Jazenas and Jules. So that's quite a tough heat because Vrieswijk in this is not kind of seeded because he crashed out. Well, he got run over by Jimmy TMA. I say he got run over.
Well,
he crashed and Jimmy hit him because he couldn't see where he was as he come over the wave. So I don't know if you guys saw that the other day, but he had basically said he sort of come out of the water glad that he was all in one piece, and Jimmy TMA had both feet on his board like taking Excalibur's sword out of the stone. Like he had to like get his board from being impaled in Amado's board. So Amado's got a new board now, I'm guessing.
Yeah, luckily it was the board. That could have been any other body part.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't know your voice could go that high. Like, I watched that clip so many times because of your commentary.
I have to say, I watched it back and I was like, I didn't know I could go that high. I was like, wow. Yeah, that was a new level.
Yeah.
There's wine glasses breaking in the house. Every windsurfer's replay. Wow, yeah. I'll try not. Yeah, so there we go. That is how we're looking. It's going to be already exciting. We've seen someone sail. I don't think I've ever seen that in slalom.
No, I don't think I've seen that either. We saw this in the freestyle the other day.
Yeah.
Steven lost his gear as well. I don't know what's happening. Maybe the colder water. I don't know. I doubt it, but something.
Yeah, that's a good point. We've seen two.
Yeah. Steven like lost it mid-air.
So what I'm thinking is, would it have come off anyway? You imagine if you're racing.
Yeah, that came off way too easy.
Yeah, way too easy.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of upward force because it got catapulted straight off. So I think they need to check those extensions because sometimes there is manufacturing defects in a run of extensions, and it can be that the pin isn't getting, or the clip isn't getting fully pushed over. I've seen that a few years ago. There was a little run of some which needed to be recalled. So I would definitely check them because it just seems weird that we've seen two in one competition. And I've never seen that happen in competition. Actually, Pons, filming him in Pozo doing a double
forward,
and his came off. That was pretty dodgy.
In my case, I forget to tighten the mast base sometimes. So then
maybe that's what happened to Steven. Maybe that's what happened to Steven, because I was going to say that seems a bit weird.
Yeah.
We've seen two ejected.
Well, this
Alrighty. This is a big heat. There's some big names in this. Obviously, Amado Vrieswijk, he wants to get back on track now. He can't afford any more mistakes. He's got two shockers, so needs a discard. 2, 1, bam. Oh, wow. That
looks
was
perfect.
Perfect, wasn't it? Everyone together. Amado Vrieswijk with a really good start down this bottom end. We've got Bruno Martini in the middle, both looking good. Enrico Marotti a little bit in the pack, and just ahead of him, just behind the front two, Matteo Iachino. But Amado Vrieswijk and Bruno Martini, wow, these boys are pushing pretty hard. You'd expect Amado, Bruno, Iachino, Marotti. That's what you'd expect the top four, looking at the seedings, looking at the overalls. So these boys will be trying to just keep it nice and steady once they're in that position, and they are. A little bit of movement behind, but we've got 4 top riders in this heat. You know, this could be a final, these top 4.
Yeah.
You would kind of expect to see these 4 riders in a final. So the other guys in the heat are in a little bit of trouble here. But one mistake from the top 4 will open the door for the rest of them. Obviously, Macker is there, Jules, Yazunas, and Rocha. That's the guys who are not in the top 4 at the moment. But at the moment, we've got Amado Vrieswijk leading, Bruno Martini. And Bruno sitting right up there in the overalls in the 4th place at the moment. Matteo Iachino is in 2nd. Amado's got I think 2 third places. So
Pretty solid.
He just needs a discard.
Yeah.
And Enrico, I'm not quite sure what's happened to him since Pozo, but
Right?
you know, he's still up there. Don't get me wrong, he's still racing well, but
There's a big difference.
yeah, something's just not quite fitting right at the moment. So maybe we will see him iron that out at this competition. You can see the 2 Pride boys having a bit of a fight in the 3rd and 4th now. So Bruno's dropped back a bit. Matteo Iachino, he's looked really good at this competition so far.
Yeah, right from the start he was on it.
Yeah, I kind of think this is his competition to win, but we know Goya's going to step up. And, you know, Amado as well is going to be very difficult to beat if he can stay solid today and he gets that second discard. The problem is he's got no rooms for mistakes now, Amado, which is difficult in Sylt because they're not always your own mistakes.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
That's,
but looks a pretty safe one for the top 4 at the moment. You know, commentator's curse is bound to kick in at some point. But we got 1 jibe mark to go, and it's pretty cruisy at the moment for the top 4. And Amado already showing he's got some good speed. I think that will give you confidence. You know, you don't need to win these qualifying rounds, but it does give you confidence.
Feels
it does
good,
give you a little bit of a gauge of how everything's working. So there we go. Yeah, all 4 riders safely through, and this will be almost like a little walk in the park, a little easy qualifying run for these boys.
Looks like Matteo's almost smiling there, but
yeah. It almost doesn't do them justice how big these boys are, does it? Like,
yeah, true.
They're massive. When you see them on the beach these days, I'm sure they're getting bigger and bigger. Especially Bruno. Bruno's just a monster. So Amado wins it. He's into the semi-final. Matteo Iachino, he looks like he's got a perma-grin. Is it just the light?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
And then we got Bruno and Enrico Marotti. You know, not worrying for Enrico because he qualifies and we don't know how hard he's pushing.
Yeah,
but it wasn't like his normal at the front qualifying. So, I don't know. Again, could be just cruising, not pushing hard because he has made a few mistakes. So maybe he's just going, no, just qualify, don't worry.
How about the first races this week? Was he at the
his first race was 5th. So he's looking good, but then since then a few mistakes have creeped in, but again it's hard to remember exactly what happened. Could have been over the line early. Yeah, so here we go. We have that was a great start from everyone there.
Hey, it's really like both favored. Like they were nowhere near the pin.
To be fair, there was some questions being asked the other day that they kept that the foilers were saying it was kind of like fin slalom where it's really port tack, and I think for foiling they don't like that because it bunches everyone up and you have to fight.
Yeah.
So it was asked whether they could make the line more square.
Okay, I see.
So I think they've worked on that, and there we go. We're seeing people starting at all places in the line so far.
Yeah.
Okay, so next heat on the water, we got Jordi Vonk, we got Pogaman, we've got Franz. He's going to be on the fin, I'm pretty sure. We got Mercer, Mattis, Mortafon, Preen, and the Beast, Johan So.
Is there any easy heat today?
That's the scary thing because it's all quarterfinals.
Yeah.
You know, we're at 32-man, competition. It's literally from the off. So when people don't make it through this first round, it's not like when you don't make it through the old round when there was 64 or whatever.
Exactly.
It's it's a different thing. So we have got a postponement on the boat. So I'm guessing the wind has dropped or swung or something's happened. So yeah, we'll see. There's going to have a little moment. Yeah, the boat is drifting. That's what we're hearing. So they're going to reset the boat, move it up, and we'll be straight back into racing. So yeah, it's interesting already to see. It's like these quarterfinals at the moment kind of set the scene. You expect the riders to go through, the seeded riders, but as we saw before, Benedetti sitting in 6th place overall crashes on that jibe, hooked in. If when you look at the replay, what happened was just as he flips the sail, he hooked into the line, he flips the sail, and then you're stuck because you get wedged. Goes down in the water right in front of Alexander Kuzan. Nothing he could do about it. Sails straight into the back of him. And there you go. Okay, so while we wait for them to reset that course, let's have a look at some little highlights from around the Sylt area.
My soul is stars, I find clearer. I got a heart that keeps on beating. My soul is stars, I find clearer. And all my stars that keeps on beating. All for you. It's all for you.
Yeah, so there we go. That's what's happening in Sylt. A bit of everything, really. Bit of a festival atmosphere. And if you didn't already know, High Fly, you know, that's a well-known windsurfing brand from the past. You know, the plastic pop-out boards, some of the beginner boards. They also had some other stuff as well. But I was growing up as a windsurfer. They were like a name in windsurfing. But I think someone's bought the brand back. And I think now it's kind of like a clothing company. I could be wrong about that, but they definitely are doing clothes. So interesting to see. So if you see those guys around, they were supporting Sylt last year as well. I wasn't here last year, but again, they're back on board. So obviously we're happy with what they got out of the event last year. And I think we're going to see this Sylt event go again next level. I really do. I feel like there's kind of a new energy for this event. I know it's had sort of a kind of mini takeover within the organization, and these new guys seem super motivated. They're super happy with the way the live streams looking this year, and I think they're going to double down on that next year as well. And there's a lot of talk of other stuff as well. So really good news for the future. And I think, like I said, this has been a great advert for windsurfing. I think sometimes Sylt gets a bit of stick, with windsurfers, because we have had some crazy years here.
Yeah.
But when you get a week like this, you really see what it can offer. We've seen, crazy, amazing freestyle, and especially as we talked about yesterday on the podcast, the drones have just brought that way closer to the people. I'm pretty sure we're going to see big TV screens next year here, maybe.
Oh, that's the
because that is, isn't it?
Yeah.
You want to be here to have the atmosphere, have the winner, but you also want to see. And if we had that drone footage from the freestyle on big screens on the thing, people can be eating, drinking, watching the TV screen, having the atmosphere of being on the beach. And I think that for me would be the ultimate goal here. Obviously it can rain here, but with the new technologies and stuff, with the TVs, I think these TVs, like I think that one of the first years we had, or when they had a big sponsor with Vodafone and stuff, there was that one year where TVs were everywhere.
I remember that, yeah.
And I think we'll see that again, but I would love to see the big, the big, massive TV screen. That would be super cool. Because I think you get a better idea, because it sounds weird, but it's almost better to watch it on the live stream.
It's true. Like when you're standing on the beach, you see sails, but
yeah,
with the screen, of course, it's closer to you and you can recognize the sailor and yeah.
Not easy. Okay, so we're still waiting for them to start this sequence. So while we do that, we're going to play ads again, and then we'll bring you back to give you the action.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen. Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Volkswagen.
They look very happy in that VW advert, didn't they? That
Yeah.
couple looks like they were having a high five. Got that great picture all over Instagram. No, but it looks a good van, that. I mean, I think it's a really good advert. Makes you kind of go, ooh, I want to go. But I still think we need a windsurfer in that advert.
I agree.
We've got to get, come on, Volkswagen. Come on. That's what we want to see. But good to see them supporting the event as well. I mean,
Yeah, for
if
sure.
if there's anyone that buys VW vans, it's windsurfers. I think
There's a couple, huh?
there is a. I mean, most windsurfers I know have a van. We are like the ultimate target market for a van company.
I
Yeah,
live in Europe, yeah.
yeah, good point. Yeah, if you live in Europe,
I still don't have a van.
yeah. Well, you live in Aruba. You just need a nice house, and I heard you've built a nice house. When are we doing MTV Cribs?
2024.
Is that when it's coming? I'd love to do that. I've said that quite a few times, but should do windsurfers and where they live and their houses, because it is kind of interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
The only problem is it might be a bit of a shock because the houses won't be like MTV Cribs. Yours might, to be fair, but I know mine won't be. It'll be like, oh.
You know what's my biggest dream, as apart from having a sick van, by the way, like
Yeah.
I feel like the people in Maui, they always have the sickest
Yeah,
garages.
amazing.
That's my biggest dream, and I feel like I'm not gonna fulfill that one at all because I don't have a garage. But like having everything in order and just
That's why I've never done one in my house. My garage at the moment, I literally can't open the door, and then everything is piled on top of each other. Oh man, it's an absolute shocker. Like, if you had OCD, you would be freaking out in my garage right now. And like you say, all the garages you see from Polakau, Kai Lenny, and these guys, they're all like Cowley, Brasinho, everything's stacked up. Like, I think, like they're. I don't know. It seems weird when I've got that much space. I feel like I can't give it to a garage. It's like it's like I would rather live in that space. It's like, but I have got garage envy. Okay, here we go. Let's get into this elimination 3. Like I say, Johan So, Nico Preen, Mortefron, Mattis, Mercer, Franz, Pogaman, and Vonk. That's who's in this one. Again, always big heats these. You can't afford to not make it through this. Johan So, we're looking at him to get through. Nico Preen, he's been actually getting stronger and stronger since his crash in the first round, where he got pretty much T-boned. 10 seconds to go. Short line, very square line. You can see 2, 1. Good start. So that top end looked like Mattis with a very nice start. Johan So in the middle with a good start, and then Pierre Mortefon down this bottom end on the duotone with also a good start. Nico Preen at the moment probably sitting about 4th place. And then the other duotone, which is Jordi Vonk, I'm guessing. Yeah, Jordi Vonk up that top end. So Jordi's not had his best competition so far, but we know he's got the speed. We got Johan So pumping down this reach. So interesting. As we come into the first mark, it's Pierre Mortefon, Johan So, Mattis, Preen, Vonk on the inside of Preen. Oh, Vonk in maybe a little bit of trouble here. It's lighter, isn't it? Look at the top end. They're having to pump to stay on the foil. Jordi Vonk is still pumping, and he's still not comfortable on the foil. Look at that. He is going to crash out soon. There's no way he can pump all the way down that reach, is there? He's not on your screen at the moment, but just on the left in 5th place, Jordi Vonk and Nico Preen looked like they were struggling. The top 4 sort of got away, but they're in trouble now because my brain has just kicked in. There is 4 guys already ahead of them, so they will be drifting quite far back. Johan So leading, Mattis 2nd, Pierre Mortefon 3rd, and maybe it's Mercer on the Severn.
what just happened? It feels
Yeah. Well, there we go. Nico Preen is the first to arrive. Vonk definitely dropped off. Just looking who else it could be.
Pierre was pumping to stay up as well. Just
Yes, Mercer on that Severn. Yeah, and Pierre is dropping really down. Can he make the mark from down there? That's the question. We don't know where the boy is at the moment, but Nico Preen is coming back pretty strong. Maybe he's trying to get some, it's sometimes easier when it's lighter to go a little bit upwind. But Nico Preen is caught up here. Nico Preen is right back in the mix. He's in 5th place at the moment. Pierre Mortefon is going to have a battle on his hands here. Johan So goes round. Mattis goes round. Need to be jibing on the foil here. Mercer, great jibe from him on that swell. And Pierre Mortefon actually jibes inside onto that swell as well. Preen has not given up the fight here. Keep your eye on the Neil Pride. I think Pierre Mortefon is in a bit of trouble here. I really do. He looks like he's struggling. Nico looks like he's got more power. I think Pierre Mortefon is not going to make this because Preen has gone past him. So Nico Preen has gone up into 4th place. We've still got 1 jibe mark to go. And it looks to me that the wind has kind of dropped off. We had gusts up to 20 knots before. We definitely haven't got that now. So round in 1st is the Beast. Then Mattis in 2nd. Mercer in 3rd. Nico Preen is now in 4th. But that swell is not going to help him. Or is it? Oh, I tell you what. Let's stay on that 4th place. I don't know if the drone guys can hear us. But that 4th and 5th place is tight. And Pierre might have got this. Pierre got on top of that swell. Nico Preen might be in a bit of trouble here. This is going to be so close between 4th and 5th. You couldn't call it. Pierre Mortefon on the white sail. Surely got the edge. He's got a swell. Oh, and Nico Preen is drifting out. It is going to be Pierre Mortefon. What a fight in the end in these light winds. And Nico can't make it. Nico is struggling. It will be Pierre Mortefon that takes the 4th and important qualifying spot. Whoa.
What a comeback.
I mean, for light wind racing, that was kind of exciting. Mercer qualifying. Mattis, that is a big smile. He knows that was a hard race. He is knackered. He is absolutely knackered and he is absolutely gutted. I mean, he came back in a similar situation. You know, he was low. Pierre was low. Nico come up high. He was probably thinking, oh, nice. And then Nico got low and Pierre stayed high, used the swell. He is knackered. That's not a smile, is it? No, that is a full gurn. That is a full gurn. Wow. He had to really fight for that.
Can okay.
I'm a bit loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got. I'm in Sarah's ears as well. Oh, straight in. There we go. Straight in. Maciek Rakowski in there. Kurdle in there. We've got Board in there. We've got Nico Goya in there. We've got Becker on the Patrick sail. And then I think we got Giroux. Giroux? I think it is Giroux. Just looking down my list. Yes, it is Giroux on the Gastra. Wow. Maciek Rakowski. He looked in good form the other day. I'm expecting him to put in a good day. But Kurdle, you know, fresh from his IQ foil. He's still going with that, but he's back on the Peel-Away Tour for Peel-Away Sylt. They're having a real fight with the Germans. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I look like Board had just dropped off the foil and Becker nearly got done, but Becker comes through. Yeah, it's light at the moment. They are sailing right on the edge. I'm sure they've got bigger gear, but at the moment, you know, it was probably perfect for them when they were out there, but the wind has definitely dropped, and these guys will be sailing right on the edge. So Nico Goya, they all be fighting. One mistake, they're going to drop off the foil, and it probably game over.
It's so tricky.
Yeah.
You drop off the foil once, and it's like lethal. You're
yeah,
done.
you are definitely done. So at the moment, Maciek Rakowski, you see how much he lost on that reach, and it does seem to be if you're a bit low, you drop off. So, Kurdle goes round in first. Then we got Nico Goya. Then we've got Becker. Then we've got Rakowski. And you can't relax. Oh, he's right on the edge. Stay on that shot, please, boys, because that looked like Maciek Rakowski was going to go down. Can we have a look at the drone? Yeah, he's in a real fight here. Maciek Rakowski and the Gastra of Giroux. And Giroux's coming past. I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe he's not. That's
they're fighting.
They are definitely fighting. Maciek really needs to qualify from this first round. He's going to have any chance of putting in a podium place. He's been really consistent in all the finals, pretty much, or winning the runners-up final. He's had all top tens, all single digits. but he hasn't really got the big points. I mean, the low points he needs. He's got 1 first place, so he cannot afford to go out in the first round. And the guys are dropping off. Maciej Rakowski's got a real battle here. Oh, and a big bit of horrible swell there. And Giroux's come straight over the top of him. Maciej, you could already see him losing it. You could already see he is not a happy boy, and he's not going to get going. There was a big bit of swell. It almost looked like a boat swell. Kind of washed up underneath him and stopped the board. You can see Nico Goya dropping off. Could we even see this cancelled? I mean, there's a skill in this. There's a real skill in staying on the foil.
And if there's one skilled person, it's Nico.
Yeah, but, you know, is it cancelled? It's been abandoned. I mean, it did look like the conditions changed a lot.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll say from an old school racing perspective, I like the skill of just the fitness side of it, you know. Yeah, I know there's 2 arguments. It's not fair, I get it. But then there's the other side that goes, you know what? The guy that can do it, surely that's a skill.
And also at this point, like the biggest part of the race had already been done.
Yeah.
So,
interesting.
I mean, Basti was still going.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You could look at it a lot of different ways, because if it had got windier, those guys would have had the advantage, because maybe they haven't got as big a front wing or something like this. So, you know, I get it both ways, but it's an interesting discussion, I think. And again, there's no wrong or right. Ben, Sarah's mic seems to be off. Did you turn?
I just put the volume a bit.
No, I don't think it changes.
That's no, because you're still as loud in my ears.
This is the slow-mo of that race. You can see, I mean, it was light, no doubt about it. You could see there, struggling with a bit. And this is the moment. He just into that big bit of, I mean, yeah, you can see.
Not enough wind. If you
I like it. I seem to like it though. Like I see Giroux come through. It's kind of I kind of like it. I know they hate me for saying that, because they're like, Ben, shut up, you idiot. You don't know what you're on about. But I kind of like it.
You know what? It's really part of the game there, because you can come into the mark battling with another rider, but the battle is actually choosing the right swell. Sometimes you need to let the person go, choose the line on the swell, and then after the jibe.
Yeah, it's not about just jibing.
Exactly.
You know, sometimes you take a wider line. I know they would hate me talking about this, because they're like, you get out there, you idiot. But you know, just watching it is interesting. I like it. I know I'm weird, but I like the light wind aspect of it. You know, you can see guys, again, different equipment, but Z flag, so they're letting the guys go back to the beach to change equipment again. And I will tell you now, none of the sailors out there will agree with me. I totally get it, but like I said, from an old school windsurfing background, where you start the race and you finish the race, doesn't matter what happens, you know, obviously no one will agree with that.
I think it's a bit different if it was on the fin or the foil. Because with the foil, if you really can't get going, like, it's not like you're going to get planing on the foil.
Yeah.
Like, the point is to be on the foil and get going. And if you can't, then there's no racing.
But you can if you're fit enough. We saw it with Pierre and Nico. You know, he was knackered when he finished that race.
Yeah, but he was still foiling. These boys literally, like, I know these guys can.
Yes. Oh, 100%. Yeah. 100%.
And Nico?
But then Giroux would go, well.
He was still going.
I was going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we are going to take a break right now, because obviously Z flag is up. Everyone's got to get back to the beach, change the gear. Seems strange that it dropped. I don't think it was forecast to
I thought it was meant to drop after 1 o'clock, and now it's 20 to 11, so...
Yeah, it's interesting. So we're going to take a break now. The guys are going to come back in, take their bigger stuff, and we'll be going straight back out to racing. So I think we're going to have a bit of a break now. You don't want to hear us just chatting on.
People love listening to you all day long.
Well, we'll see. So yeah, we're going to have a break, play some adverts, and as soon as the guys are back up and we go back into sequence, we'll be back to bring you the live chat. See you then. Cheers, man.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen. Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging es ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Attention sailors, this is an official DWA announcement. We are currently on standby. The wind is too light, currently at 3 to 8 knots. We wait until it's better and let you know as soon as possible. Also wir warten hier gerade, dass der Wind wieder ein bisschen mehr wird. Momentan Standby. Den Sailors wird dann Bescheid gesagt und haben 10 Minuten wieder aufs Wasser zu kommen. Und dann wiederholen wir diesen 4. Heat, der leider abgebrochen werden musste aus deutscher Sicht. Sebastian Kördel war ja in Führung, 3. Platz Michel Becker. Werden wir hier warten, vielleicht noch ein interessanter anderer Programmpunkt heute. Gleich in 10 Minuten ungefähr um 11 kann man sich eigene Postkarten drucken, und zwar am Stand vom Insel Sylt Tourismus Service. Von der Naturschutzgemeinschaft Sylt wird das organisiert. Ja, Naturdruck-Workshop, und zwar kann man da Naturprodukte wie Federn und heilige Pflanzen mit Farbe bemalt auf Postkarten drucken. Geht den ganzen Tag. Punkt 11 Uhr. Wir warten immer noch, dass der Wind besser wird. Wir haben noch nichts gehört von der Wettkampfleitung. Zeit wie immer präsentiert von unserem Partner Alpina Watches. Ja, während wir hier warten, dass auf dem Wasser wieder was geht, kann man auch selbst sportlich aktiv werden. Yogi-Team macht ja immer um 11 Uhr die Yoga-Sessions. Cedric, du hast gestern schon mitgemacht, wie war's?
Ja, war richtig geil. Vor allem haben wir einfach 50 Leute. Da hat sich nämlich spontan dann auch noch so eine Schulklasse dazu entschieden, auch noch mitzumachen. Und ich habe so ein Gefühl, Trockes, ich finde heute auch wieder am Strand. Das ist immer am Wetter abhängig, vielleicht ein bisschen Wind. Aber so oder so, sonst ist es halt beim Stand von Yogi-Team drin. Also wirklich sehr, sehr entspannt. Ich bin immer noch nicht ausgeruht. Von gestern, von der ganzen Stunde. Also ich kann es nur empfehlen beim Yogi-Tee-Stand. Einfach hingehen, da kriegt ihr eine Matte und dann könnt ihr direkt kostenlos mitmachen.
Attention sailors, this is an official PWA announcement. We're gonna go back out. Red flag for the restart of heat number 4 is going up at 11:15. So in 10 minutes, the wind is currently at 6 to 11 knots. Also es geht gleich wieder raus. In ungefähr 10 Minuten geht die rote Flagge für den Neustart von Heat Nummer 4 hoch. Heißt danach nochmal 4 Minuten und dann sehen wir endlich wieder Action. freuen uns auf den Neustart von Heat Nummer 4, erste Runde hier im 50 Slalom insgesamt. Ein Schauinslandreisen Windsurf World Cup auf Sylt, presented by Got2B. Und dann wollen wir mal hoffen, dass das diesmal besser funktioniert. Die Heat-Erinnerung wurde abgebrochen aufgrund mangelnder Windverhältnisse. Auch im Heat davor war das schon ganz schön knapp. Einer der Leidtragenden war unter anderem Nico Priem, der sich hier auch gerade bei der PWA beschwert hat. Es stand so ein bisschen daneben. Er hätte den auch gerne abgebrochen gehabt. Sebastian Körnel und Michel Becker dann im Heat Nummer 4 natürlich auch in den Top 4 gewesen. Die dürften auch relativ sauer sein. Naja, also ich glaube, dass dieser Heat abgebrochen wurde, ist definitiv die richtige Entscheidung. Und klar ist man, ich glaube, nicht sauer, sondern eher traurig, wenn man es eigentlich geschafft hätte. Aber die wissen auch, wenn man dann keinen perfekten Start hat, also ein bisschen Impact ist oder mal Pech hat, dass man keine optimale Welle erwischt für eine Halse, dann bleibt man bei diesen leichten Windbedingungen einfach stehen. Ja, und hat also keine Chance, da ins Geschehen einzugreifen. Wir konnten das bei Nico erleben. An der letzten Halse hat er keine günstige Welle erwischt, musste einen relativ weiten Boden fahren. Da blieb ihm gar nichts anderes übrig. Und bei diesem leichten Wind, da hast du dann einfach keine Chance, wenn du wieder ein bisschen in der Höhe laufen musst, einer der anderen Fahrer über dir liegt, in dem Falle war es Pierre Montefort, da anzugreifen. Und dementsprechend kann ich das Unverständnis von Nico Priem durchaus verstehen, dass nicht der dritte Heat eventuell auch schon wiederholt wird. Aber es ist, wie es ist. Jetzt also der erneute Start für Heat Nummer 4. Und das dann also mit doppelter deutscher Beteiligung. Ich habe es schon gesagt, Michel Becker ist dabei und Sebastian Körner. Teilnehmerfeld also wieder auf dem Weg raus zur Startlinie. Es liegt an Heat Nummer 4 in der ersten Runde hier des 5. Slaloms. Mit dabei aus deutscher Sicht Michel Becker, aus Frankreich Cedric Bourg, Nicolas Couillard, Lucas Giro, dann wieder aus deutscher Sicht Sebastian Kördel, Akira Kudo aus Japan ist dabei, Marcel Dukowski aus Polen, die aktuelle.
Okay, looks like we have got the red flag up pretty soon and we're getting back into racing. So just to give you an update on exactly what we saw this morning, obviously had some wind this morning, so everyone chose smaller gear to cope with that wind. The start line is right up at the top. A few of the riders were asking, can we go and change gear? The wind is dropping. Can we go change gear? You know, the wind is dropping. They're like, no, we're going to run through till the end of the 4th elimination. And obviously the wind was dropping. We saw in that 3rd elimination, it got light at the end. But Pierre Mortavon, who was actually leading when it was windier, you know, lost that lead to Nico Preen. He then got it back and won. It was a close race. But then the next race, it was deemed it was too light, obviously, at the end because the guys were on smaller gear. It then actually dropped to pretty much nothing, but that is the rerun we're going to be doing now. So it's a rerun of what was on the water, the last one. So heat number 4, elimination 5. Giroux, Van der Berg, Kudu, Schoberg, Board, Becker, Rakowski, Kördel and Goyard. That is how we're looking. That is how it is. So now everyone is back to the beach. They've put on their bigger stuff, so big sails. I'm pretty sure they probably still had their bigger front wings on anyway, but maybe just need a bit more pressure. Or maybe not. Maybe they've now changed back to their bigger front wings. So it should be fine. And the wind has come back a bit. It is meant to drop today, but it wasn't meant to drop when it did. There was no reason for that. So interesting. But it will be some lighter wind racing. But as it's already been shown. But before we get the red flag, let's go to the commercials and then we'll be back to bring you the live action.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen. Im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Volkswagen.
Yeah, there we go. Back up to the race course. Lighter winds we've got now. All the guys on their bigger stuff. And we'll be getting into racing very soon. You see Michelle Becker there on that Patrick sail in the middle of your picture. Just down with him on the pink and black. A challenger is Maciej Rakowski, the current Tour leader, last year's world champion. We've got Van der Berg up on the left-hand side. Just downwind of him on the red sail is Board. Then we've got Goya down this end. He looks like he's having it here as we come into the start line. Wow, great start from the guys at the front there. Goya with a great start. Looks like Kördel as well with a good start in the middle. Board at that top end. Maciej Rakowski has actually drifted back into 4th place now. He's got Van der Berg behind him. So he has to be a bit careful here. He's on the back end of that front pack. So Goya, Kördel, Board, Rakowski. That's your top 4 riders. Where's Becker? Becker has drifted right back. He's in like 6th or 7th place at the moment. Bit of work to do. So Goya, Kördel, Board, Rakowski. That's your top 4 at the moment. Becker needs to make a move here. And Becker's going to be in a bit of, oh, good jibe. Although the duotone all over the shop there, just going off down this bottom end. The duotone being Schoberg. So yeah, all eyes on the German, Michel Becker, in trouble at the moment, not in a qualifying position, and he really needs to get in a qualifying position. And the bad news for Becker is the guy in 4th place is Maciej Rakowski, so not an easy person to overtake. And the bad news for Maciej Rakowski, the guy in 5th, is Michel Becker. So these two are going to have a great battle in this race, no doubt about it. Goya goes round in 1st, then we've got Kördel, then we've got Cedric Board, then Maciej Rakowski. Becker already fighting his way back up at the moment. Becker is looking like he's made ground on that top 4, and that'll be worrying for Maciej. You know, having Becker in that 4th place, and Maciej will be looking at Cedric Board. Cedric Board can be inconsistent, but we know he's got speed, Cedric. So we have got a real good fight on our hands. I don't know if we can see from the drone. There we go. Becker's down this bottom end. Maciej up a bit. Then we've got Board ahead of him. Those 3, the fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th. One of them will miss out. At the moment, it's Michel Becker, and he can't afford to miss out. He really needs a second discard. And here we go. It's getting very close as we come into this mark. Goya round, Kördel round, Board still in 3rd place, then Maciej Rakowski. Becker on a swell here. Becker's going to come through, and Becker does come through. Like I said, big trouble here for Maciej Rakowski. He is out of a qualifying position, and you can see Cedric Board will have more pressure now because Maciej is running out of time. There's 1 jibe mark left, and this might be a disaster for the current tour leader and last year's Slalom World Champion, because Board at the moment has not put a foot wrong, and Becker has got some speed. He's already gaining. So Goya's going round. He's going to qualify. Then we've got Kördel. Oh, Kördel with a mistake. Board's coming through, and Kördel could be in trouble here. Kördel could be in trouble. Does he get going? Maciej is really in trouble, but Kördl's on the edge, and Maciej's trying to go low. It's do or die here. Maciej going super low on the right-hand side. Kördel surely is not going to lose out here. Becker's going to come through to get 2nd. Wow. Can Maciej do it? I don't think he can. Let's stay on that drone shot because we can't see the angle from here. There we go. Maciej down this bottom end. It looks like Kördl's got it. Goya's going to win it. Becker, what a race from him, coming back for 2nd. 3rd place is Board, and oh, so close in the end. Kördel with a dodgy jibe, and it's not enough. Maciej Rakowski is having a disaster. That is not how he wanted to kick off today. I mean, he was missing out in the last one when they cancelled it. The toys came out the pram, but it's not helped him because he's missed out in the rerun as well. Wow, Kördl's jibe, that really nearly cost him a massive points there. But great race from Becker. If you look at that race, you look at how quickly he came through the field, you would have to say keep your eye on him today. If he can get up there on a good start, he's got the speed. Cool, calm head, Michel Becker. Okay, we'll have a look at a little bit of a slow-mo coming up. Super close racing, I tell you. Even the light wind stuff is proving to be exciting. There we go. That was the start. Becker was so far off the start. Look where he is. Crossing that line in like 8th place. Wow. This was in about Becker in about 5th. This was the jibe where he did the damage on that swell inside Maciej Rakowski. And at this point you're thinking maybe Board's the weak link, but it wasn't. Kördel getting it all sorts of trouble here. If Maciej had just been a little bit closer in, you have a feeling he would have got it. He was just too far away and then too low. In the end, you know, over the line, it was actually really close, but not a lot he could do about it. Here we go, semi-final number 1 coming up. Kernum, Isaac, Stallman. Wow, close down that bottom end. We got TMA on the fin. He's going to be struggling with these lighter winds, so he's probably out of it. But keep your eye on these four: Vreeswijk, Giacchino, Marotti, and Martini. You'd have to say these are the guys we're looking at here. But Matthias Isaac is the guy leading this competition so far. So he has got a tough battle here in this semi-final, Matthias Isaac. He's going to have to beat one of these, you know, pretty consistent riders on the tour. Matthias Isaac obviously was a tour regular. He's now been concentrating on IQ foil for the last year or so. And now he's back on the Pedal A and showing what he's got. Amado Vreeswijk comes round in first, though. Matteo Giacchino in second. Then Bruno Martini, Matthias Isaac! Oh, no! The tour leader, the Sylt leader at the moment has just been taken out by Enrico Marotti. Oh, no. He is apologising right now, surely. Oh, Matthias Isaac, first ever time he's been leading a PWA competition, and it's an absolute disaster for the Brazilian rider as Bruno Martini gets it a little bit wrong there. And these top three are away. Again, they don't need to push each other too much, just need to qualify. Oh, what a disaster for Matthias Isaac. Enrico Marotti, you know, continues his bad form, but that means the fourth place rider will be someone we haven't probably seen in a final so far. It looks like Scotty Stallman is in there, and I think it could even be Sebastian Kernum on the Neil Pride. Could be making their first final of Sylt 2023. Yeah, this is the fight we're going to see. I'm pretty sure it's Stallman and Kernum. Yep, Scotty Stallman from the UK going against Sebastian Kernum from Denmark. This is a real fight. You've got three top riders ahead of them who've been banging in finals. But these two, it's probably been a while since they've been in a final. I'm not sure Scotty has made too many finals in his Pedalway career. It's kind of a new guy on the tour. But Bruno Martini, Amado Vreeswijk, Matteo Giacchino. Look at this fight. Stallman under a bit of trouble here as Kernum pumping over the top of him. Wow, Kernum, one of the smallest riders in the fleet. We've got one jibe mark to go. Scotty Stallman, can he get back at the Danish rider? Sebastian Kernum, been racing for as long as I can remember. About 80 kilos of sheer racing muscle. But can he do it? Bruno Martini, Matteo Giacchino and Amado have got this surely, but Kernum, good jibe on the inside, covers it, not a good jibe from Stallman, and that's it. I think his race is over. It is going to be Sebastian Kernum, the Danish Viking. Pretty small for a Viking, but he's got that fight in him, that's for sure. Stallman, totally not out of it. It would need some sort of mistake. And it would have to come on a straight, which you're not going to see, I don't think, from these top riders. Amado's going to win it. Bruno Martini second. Matteo Giacchino in third. And Sebastian Kernum gets that fourth place. Disaster for Matthias Isaac and Enrico Marotti coming together at that first mark. Bruno keeping the dream alive. The Italians have got good representation in this foiling fleet now. I mean, we had a bit of a mistake already from Benedetti hooking into his line. I spoke to him on the beach before and he was absolutely gutted. He said he's raised his boom up a little bit, and that just little bit of raising his boom up probably caused that him to hook in. Just put the line in a different position. But we're going to have a look at some replays here. Oh, Enrico Marotti just clipping Matthias Isaac. He is going to be absolutely gutted, and I think Marotti at this point is honestly just apologising. I don't know if we've got the drone clip of that crash, but you could see it happening. We got Sarah Kita in the house.
Hello.
Did you see that?
No, I just saw the end part of that.
And we saw a bit of a fight between Sebastian Kernum and Stallman, and that was the point that Kernum came past. And in the end, Sebastian Kernum making the final. Big result.
Good job. Can I?
Let's have a look at the
so
comments.
Mateus is out.
Yeah, event leader at the moment.
Oh no.
Out.
And you were just saying, like, even sometimes mistakes happen that you don't make, you know, like there's a outside forces.
Yeah, that's hard to take, isn't it? Especially, I can imagine if you're supporting Matthias Isaac, you're watching this, you are literally want to go and kill Marotti right now. And Marotti just feels like he's on a bad run right now. It just seems like things aren't going well for him. Second semi-final coming up. Kördel, Board, Becker, Goya, Mortefon, Mercer, Mattis and So. I'm calling Becker. Just looking how he raced in that last one, I feel like we might see the best of Becker. He obviously won the first elimination of this competition in Sylt. Since then, his results have been getting worse. I think it's now time for a change. He's definitely got the speed in this lighter winds. Obviously here with SQ, Lady SQ. Lady?
Yes, sir.
Does anyone ever call you that? Do they?
Some, like, people like you, they will
really? But
randomly remember and they're like, oh, Lady SQ.
Yeah. Do you have to write it when you...
I haven't, no. But I have it on my, how do you say, your list of, I don't know, achievements or whatever?
I haven't got one.
Or like when people, I don't know, yeah, never mind. I'll just say that I've been knighted. Yeah.
Is that what they call it, knighted?
Yeah, I was knighted, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's quite good.
It's cool.
I think I would write it.
Yeah?
Sir Ben Prophet.
Yeah, you would. I know you
Sir
would.
Ben Prophet. I'll be like, to the live stream, could you please change my name? You didn't put Sir in front of it.
Now that you said it, bring it up.
Lady Sarah Gita. Lady Marmalade.
Hey, but talking about Michel, he was, the event where he really started shining was in Le Garda, wasn't it? With the like lighter winds. He was really really showing some speed there, right?
Yeah. His first event of the year, he just came out the blocks. Fifth place.
Yeah, so I feel like these conditions also might suit him when it gets a little bit lighter.
Yeah, 100%. And again, first day was light conditions, won the race.
True.
And then he had a bit of bad luck, to be fair. The wind picked up and, you know, different things happened. So yeah, I don't know, just looking at how he raced in that last one, he came over the line in 8th. In the end, he finished in 2nd.
No way.
So you're like, that shows if he's on the start.
Hey, but you know, that's it about competition also, right? It's experience in the end. Like, it takes some time before you even win one elimination. And then imagine, then you need to show the consistency to keep on doing that over and over.
Yeah.
That I guess would be the next step for him.
And smart racing, staying out of trouble.
Yeah.
You know, because there are guys out there that make more mistakes than others. And it's trying to stay away from them. It can also be a thing. I mean, you can be unlucky. Okay, here we go. Second semi-final. Johan So wants a consistent final here. I mean, Kördel's been looking good. He's in 10th place at the moment, so he needs a good one. He had a bit of a scare in that last one, just messing up the last jibe, but he showed he's got the speed. Actually, Board was looking good. Mattis got a few of the not the biggest names that we're used to seeing in this fleet. We have lost a few. So it's going to be interesting. Pierre Mortefon just kind of scraping in to this semi-final. He knows he's going to have to put in a good performance, and he's right on the line here. Pierre Mortefon has absolutely pinged it. If he's not over, it's a great start for Pierre Mortefon. Down this bottom end, we've got Goya. Becker with a horrendous start once again. Look, he's sitting really deep. That's given himself so much more to do, but obviously didn't want to be over the line, but I just feel like he's given himself a lot of work to do.
Especially in these lighter winds.
Yeah, we got Goya down this bottom end looking good though. Pierre Mortefon, 2nd place. We've got Johan So, the beast, up there as well. That looks like your top 3. And then we've got Cedric Board and Mattis, the 2 Frenchies, battling out for 4th and 5th. And then Becker is behind them. So a lot of work to do for Becker here. Goya goes round. Mortefon goes round. The beast comes through. We've lost Cedric Board. And Becker is just flying straight into 4th place. 3rd place even, over the top of Mattis. Kördel is coming through as well. Really light, technical jibing. You've got to find those swells. And there we go. Maybe Becker's just, you know what? I don't want to be in the pack. I want to come through. I want to pick my line. So Becker, is in 4th place.
Yeah.
3rd place looks to me like, I was going to say Goya, but I thought he was in 3rd. It's Pierre. Pierre in 3rd. Johan So in 2nd, and it's Goya in the lead. Oh, it's light, a sketchy jibe from Goya. Those swells are difficult to read.
Is he also on smaller gear than most people, or is that not true?
Goya?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a smaller front wing than a lot of the guys. I think it's like a 460 or something like that, which is sometimes A lot of the guys are on 5.5s,
see.
I think.
Yeah.
Some on 6s. But that looks to me like a pretty solid top 4. We have seen those jibes are not easy because you're jibing and then your sail is getting backwinded because you're jibing faster than the wind. So it looks tricky on the jibes. That's where we're going to see any problems happen. I don't think we're going to see anything on the straight.
To be honest, his foiling looks quite easy. Like
when it's like this. So Goya goes round safely. The Beast round safely. Pierre Mortefon, not a little bit, but goes round good. Becker in 4th place. Curdle is the danger man, though. We know how quick he is, and he is catching them up. He's got 1 jibe mark to go, but don't count him out just yet. Sebastian Curdle, kind of fresh from the IQ.
I think he
fleet.
might start bumping soon.
Yeah.
Just
any mistake on this last jibe mark and Curdle is going to have an open. He's quite far back, but in foil racing, it means nothing. As soon as you come off that foil, that ground is eaten up so fast. So Goya wins it. He's going to be in the final. Johan So surely in the final. Pierre Mortefon in the final. Good jibe from Becker under a little bit of pressure, a bit further back from Curdle, but it looks like this top 4 is going to be the top 4 that make it into that final. Like I said, Becker, really bad start, but still, that's what you want to do. We might see him really go for it on that final when we do get there. This is the first of the semi-finals. Goya looking good. He won the 4th elimination. We're in the 5th. He's won the qualifying to get into the final. 2nd place, Johan So. 3rd place, Pierre Mortefon. And Becker is that 4th and final spot.
That's all that matters.
Elimination final. Exactly. It doesn't matter. But he's giving himself work to do. I think in this wind, he's either very confident or he's not quite dialed into the starts yet because he really hasn't had a good start.
I'm so tense.
It feels it, doesn't it?
I feel, the pressure, and I'm not even out there.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I like racing like this where you really don't know what's going to happen. You know, even though you can see the top 4 are quite clear, you know one mistake, literally done.
Touchdown.
Yeah, done. It's make for some exciting racing. Yeah, sorry, that was the 2nd semi-final. I apologise, obviously. So we'll have a little bit of a break now until we get the guys from that fleet. So they join the already finalists. So Vreeswijk's already in the final. Martini's already in the final. Giacchino in the final. Kernum in the final. And joining them is the 4 riders from that. I mean, Becker, where was he? I mean, how far back was he?
Oh,
and then Ben Board did that. Mattis did that. Becker comes straight through into 4th place.
Well, unfortunate for Basti also. He was quite far back there.
He had a really bad start. So something was definitely on that start. But still, you've got pressure at this point. Becker doesn't do a good jibe there. Basti's straight in. But it doesn't happen like that in the end. So, yeah, we do have 8 finalists. Vreeswijk, Martini, Giacchino, Kernum, Johan So, Mortefon, Goya, and Becker. That's your...
Well, it opens the doors for Giacchino and So, doesn't it? Mateus is not in there?
Yep, Mateus is out. Mateus is out. He's in the runners-up final, so let's say a win there would still keep him up there. But he's losing ground. He's definitely losing ground. Matteo Giacchino, I still feel like he's been one of the most consistent. Amano Vreeswijk, if he hadn't, which is all a lot of ifs and buts, but that big crash on the wave day, just an average final for him, he would be so in the mix. He obviously won this competition last year.
He did.
He's good in Sylt. He's definitely good in Sylt, but I just feel like Giacchino is maybe the man to watch. Obviously Goya as well. Goya looks like
he made
some mistakes on that first day, and he looks like he's not making any now. He just won that one to get into the final. He won the 4th elimination. He's on a upward trajectory. So
sometimes I'm a bit surprised to see that from Nico, because he's considered literally the best foiler in the world, and he has so much competition experience. So on the first day when I saw that he was making these mistakes, I was a bit surprised. But
I think he was pushing. I think he was saying it afterwards. He's like,
yeah, exactly.
I should have settled for second. I didn't need to go for the win. And there was a few moments he did that.
Exactly.
But I like to see that type of racing.
Sure.
I mean, definitely. Yeah, so while we're waiting for the guys to come up to the final, I think because this stream is so good and the ads are paying for it, we've got to have another look at the sponsors. So let's take another look at the sponsors. We'll be back to bring you the finals of Elimination 5 coming up.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Here we go. What have we got going on? We've got the runners-up final coming up. So the winner of this will get a 9th place. Cedric Board, Mercer, Mattis, Kurdle, Isaac, Marotti, Tieme, Stallman. Expect Mateus Isaac to be at the top of this one, but Marotti's going to be quick, Kurdle's going to be quick, and to be honest, everyone in that's going to be quick. Jimmy Tieme is going to struggle. He actually qualified for the semi-finals on the fin when it was windy, but the problem is since then the wind has dropped, so now he's going to be really struggling. So yeah, that's how we're looking at the moment. We're just having a look, waiting to see where we are with the sequence, but it sounds like we're near the 2-minute mark. So just having a look at the comments got in here. Just wanted to say that I love Sarah Keita.
Oh, thank you.
The career, the achievements, the smile, the enthusiasm. Blushing, blushing. Yeah, I agree. She is quite good at
People get annoyed
most
with the yelling
things.
sometimes.
Yeah, well, it's excitement, emotions
is.
creeping in.
So much.
What else have we got on here? Becca is the future. Very smart riding. Thomas saying, you and me both. Lady Sarah Keita fan club, big time. We're going to start a Lady Sarah Keita fan club. I think there probably is already one. Ben, what's your view on the Olympics? Will it be like this sort of racing where you never know who is going to be to fall or the foil or crash on the jibe? I don't know, actually. I guess it depends on conditions and stuff, but I think it could be some exciting racing in the IQ foiling discipline. I think the slalom racing like this, though, with 8 riders, I think takes some beating, you know, in terms of excitement and... But they have got bigger foils, so I guess they stay up.
That's what I wanted to say.
Longer, you
Like,
know.
They have 900?
900s, something
Yeah.
like that. So I think it's more difficult for them to drop
Yeah,
off.
the stalling speed is way lower.
I
whereas
guess
in
the
here-
slalom in high winds could be exciting with the 900 wing.
yeah.
that would definitely make it a little bit exciting. But I think they do the slalom in the light winds because they've got such big a gear. Okay, here we go. Runners up final. 10 seconds to go until the start. We're going to count you down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Someone's slowing down. It's very close in the middle. Not a great start from maybe even Matthias Isaac, was it? No, Matthias Isaac is going. He's looking good. Mattis looking good up this end. The two Frenchies, actually. Cedric Board on the left. Mattis on the left. We got Matthias Isaac in the middle. Enrico Marotti on the Neil Pride down this bottom end with Scotty Stallman. But it's Marotti that comes out on top. It's going to be Mattis maybe going round in first. Matthias Isaac looking good. I'm sure Enrico Marotti is going to let Matthias Isaac go after that first coming together, and he doesn't have to because Matthias actually rolls him, but Mattis squashed underneath Cedric Board there, but Mattis goes round first. Board with a bit of a wide jibe, and Matthias Isaac with a great jibe, and Enrico Marotti, what is happening? What is happening?
Oh, Mateus just blasted to the front.
Yeah, amazing jibe from Mateus, and he just comes through to be leading this one. It's close. The wind looks like it's picked up, and Cedric Board just has totally exploded in the middle of the reach. So the wind is picking up, and this is a really close battle here. Mattis and Matthias Isaac, and Mattis is not giving up. Mattis is actually pushing Mateus here. So it is going to be Mattis that goes round in first place, driving through on the swell. Great jibe from Matthias Isaac on the inside, and I think that's the advantage to the Brazilian. Wow. You know what I mean? This is light wind racing, and we're seeing stuff like this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. Kind of got to love it. This is the battle for 9th place. Matthias Isaac getting taken out by Enrico Marotti in that semi-final. He's put him in this position. So the best he can do now is to win this runners-up final, and he will still have a single digit on his score board. I'm pretty sure that's what he's got at the moment. He's got a 10th, so he had a 2nd in the runners-up final in the first one. Then he got 2nd, 3rd, and now it looks like he's going to get a 9th as long as he can keep it together around the rest of this course. So Matthias Isaac in first. 2nd place, Mattis. 3rd place, Kördel.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we've got Enrico Marotti picking his way back up through the field after a bad first jibe. Then we've got Stallman and looks like Mercer from France. 1 jibe mark to go. And then we'll be going up to the winners final, elimination 5, and I'm sure we're going to see a mix around in the overall points. It will be a change because Matthias Isaac will drop back. I'm pretty sure about that. Matthias goes around in first place. Clean jibe from him. Mattis under pressure from Kördel here. Could Kördel come back into it? There's definitely a point to be had here, and Kördel is making good ground on Mattis. It looks to me that he's got the speed. Kördel is going to put Mattis under pressure on this last reach. In first place, though, it's Matthias Isaac pretty much on board with him here. Mattis is having a battle with Kördel, but Kördel is the one keeping it solid. Kördel is going to get this. Good comeback from Sebastian Kördel from Germany, and he could be moving up the rankings today. Matthias Isaac gets 9th place. Kördel is going to get 10th. just about, I think. Sebastian Ködel in 10th, 11th place. Mattis upset with that. He's going to get 11th, still a good result. Then we've got Enrico Marotti, then Stallman, and then I think it's Mercer, and then Board will be coming in at some point after that pretty big crash on that second reach.
Oh, I thought it was Matteo Iachino in this heat. He's actually in the winners.
No, he's in the winners, yeah. He's in the winners final. Yeah, so what are we going to see? Actually, a lot of the guys in that winners final, all the top 5 are in the winners final apart from Matthias Isaac. So Isaac might end up dropping back now. In fact, he probably will do.
Yeah.
He's got 7 points at the moment.
We're going to have a new event leader after.
Oh, there's that big crash from Board. Not quite sure what happened there. Just got a bit of lift on one of those swells. And at this point, Mattis was leading the race.
Yep.
So
who's your money on? I saw some guys already betting on Goyard and So.
I think to be leading the event, I'm going for Matteo Iachino will be leading the event after this final. Will he win the final?
Yeah.
Not sure, but I think he'll be right up there. He's been racing really clean. So in the final, we got Michel Becker. I think Becker could shock a few people if he gets a good start. He's got the speed. He's definitely got the cool head. So yeah, I kind of have a sneaky bet on Becker. Obviously Goya's going to be up there. He looks like he's got the bit between his teeth. So Vrieswijk's got a chance. Martini's got a chance, 100%. We got Kuhnum, Goya, So, Mortefon, Becker lining up for the start. Let's get it on. Oh, and I tell you what, Becker's turned up to the party. Becker with an absolute pinging start right out in the front. Keep your eye on the German. We've got Goya as well pushing hard, and he looks like he's got that extra bit of speed down this bottom end. Pierre Mortefon just a bit further back. Matteo Iachino. Then we've got Johan So, the beast. Then the couple of prides with Amado Vrieswijk further back. But like I said, Becker, it almost feels like he's took it easy in the early rounds. Didn't want to push the start. Soon as the final kicks in, he is on the money. But it is Nico Goya who won the 4th elimination, who went round in first place. Becker in second. Third place, Matteo Iachino. Then Johan So. And Matteo Iachino has had a mare on the first jibe mark. He's almost taken out the beast. He has taken out the beast. He's taken out the momentum on that jibe, and Johan So has missed out. Amado Vrieswijk is the one to capitalise on it. Pierre Mortefon on that inside. The wind is picking up. Goya at the moment is leading. You cannot say this foil racing is not exciting. We are seeing movers and shakers in every round. So unpredictable what's going to happen. Goya leading. Michel Becker in second place. Then we've got Amado Vrieswijk and Pierre Mortefon. Goya, he's looked so comfortable in the lead.
Yeah.
But Becker, for me, has been the one racing some of the best. He's got some of the best acceleration out the jibe, and look at that thing. So much acceleration. Michel Becker's coming. Keep your eye on the front of the fleet, because Michel Becker, I think, has just taken the lead. Michel Becker from Germany, could he be getting his second ever race win? He is going to have a real big fight with the Frenchman. I mean, Goya is the fastest foiler in the world on GPS. He's been over 40 knots, and there we go. He's got a smaller front wing. The jibe is all about Michel Becker, though. This is not over yet, and Becker will have a go at him. No doubt about it. 2 jibe marks to go. Nico Goya jibing in first place. Expect to see that acceleration from Becker. Good tight jibe though from Nico Goya there. Didn't allow Becker to get any sort of advantage. Amado Vrieswijk in third. Might be putting down another third on his score sheet. That would mean he would have 3 third places, but he's got 2 massive discards. And if Amado can keep it solid today, he could move right up the rankings when that second discard kicks in, but we're a long way from that. And as I say it, Nico Goya is getting away from Michel Becker. 1 jibe mark to do. It's going to need some big problems now. I'm pretty sure Nico would have got this. Good jibe from Becker, good jibe from Nico. Becker's going to close him in here just because of the angle. Keep your eye. It's not over, but I think it's going to be so close, actually. Becker has gained some ground on Nico Goya, and Goya's touching down. This swell could have a say yet. We are not finished. Becker is not finished. This is going to go all the way to the line. Goya trying to keep it high, and he touches down again. He's getting a few touchdowns. Becker's coming through. Is it going to be enough? Goya touches down again, but in the end, Nico Goya wins it. Becker in second. Amado Vrieswijk adds another third. Bruno Martini in fourth. Pierre Mortefon in fifth. Then Johan So. Then Kurnum. And then Matteo Giacchino. I didn't see that happening. That mistake on the first jibe mark. Wow. That's what we wanted to see from Becker. He showed glimpses of it in those earlier rounds, only just qualifying, but just showed he'd got the speed and looked very good in that final. But in the end, Goya's speed, just a little bit too much for him to handle. I think anyone else, that was Becker's race, but Goya proving he is the fastest out there. Obviously a little bit smaller on that front wing, makes it more tricky in the jibes, but on the straight line, he's got that extra speed. What does that do to the overalls? Let's do a quick bit of maths. Matthias Isaac will count a 9th place, so he will have 16 points. Matteo Giacchino will now have an 8th, so he will have 17.7 points. Johan So was about 6 in that, was he?
Yeah.
17 points. Wow. There is going to be 1 point separating those guys. Crazy. Bruno Martini was about 4th or 4th. So he will have 17 points. Wow. I think everyone's going to be on about 17 points at the moment. Nico Goya will be on 14.4 points. Benedetti will drop right down the rankings because he's out in the first round, so he will drop out. Matt Chetrakovsky will drop right down. He will have 9 points to add to his, so he will have 25.7. Michelle Becker will have 26.7, looking for that second discard as well. Nico Preen will drop down. Kurdle will drop down. Yeah, so yeah, there's going to be about 4 or 5 guys on about 17 points.
Wait, did you say that Nico's already leading at this point then?
Nico's leading, yeah. Nico is leading. I didn't think that could happen, actually. I mean, I really thought Matteo wouldn't be finishing last. I mean, he crashed on the first jibe.
Yeah.
I had him down worst in 5th.
Yeah, I see.
So he would have been leading, but obviously that's not going to be the case now.
So he's the only one with actually having 2 bullets.
Okay, interview on the beach with Nico Goya.
Nico, first place there. Super close battle with Michelle. How was it?
The wind was really tricky because with the clouds, it's going up and down all the time, and it was not easy. I didn't have some good starts on this race. Like the 3 starts, I was always a bit late. Michel killed the start at the top, and I still managed to have a bit extra speed with a smaller wing. But thing is, out of the jibe with a small wing, it was a bit tricky as well. So I was putting some distance on the reach, and then on the jibe, I was just trying to stay in front. It was not easy, but super happy to win this one. And looking for a 3rd one.
Awesome, well congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Alfie getting the interview for the highlights as well. But you could kind of see that. He had the speed on the straights, and then Becker just had the extra energy on those jibes and boosting through. But yeah, great race. There we go. Becker nailed that start. I mean, Pierre Mortefon as well, but Becker really came out the middle. But just that extra bit of speed from Goya.
Oh, that jibe.
Yeah, so I hit the buoy, hit the mark, and then he hit the beast. Oh, you know, and that's not the beast's fault. You know, Johan So. It's that's hard to take, I think.
I mean, it's also a little bit a part of racing to avoid things, I would say.
Yeah.
Like there's a part of it is trusting the person in front of you also that they're going to make the jibe, but you also need to be able to react quick enough when it doesn't go well.
Yeah, this was a moment Becker just got that edge, though. Look at that.
Yeah, true.
Good racing. Good racing. Yeah. That's how close the drone is following.
Nico worked hard. He was reading hard on that interview.
Yeah. As he's one-handed. I tell you though, like you could see on that finishing line, he was dipping.
A couple of
like
times
he really didn't have the pressure off the front wing. Obviously because it's light. And there you go. That's a cool thing. That's a cool shot. Little thumbs up for good race, man. I had to work. You made me work for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
That's a really solid result for Michel as well. 2nd place after a 1st place.
And maybe we're going to get an interview with Michelle Becker. think we'll probably hear very similar things. I was having him on the jibes, he had me on the straight.
And that it was difficult.
Yeah. No, but that's what you want. That's what, if you've never raced before, that feeling of close racing, you don't need to win to have like that. That feeling of a close race, close battles.
Yeah.
It feels pretty good, you know.
It's nicer to win, obviously.
Yeah, 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 100% nicer to win. But the close racing is what brings it home. And sometimes you're going to get it, sometimes the other guy's going to get it.
Tide's coming up.
Yeah, so they're doing a radio interview at the moment on the beach, so obviously it's German radio interview. Takes a little bit longer. They want more than a little snapshot. But good to see Becker up there. You know, he did win that first elimination, and he's had a bit of a disaster since then. Some of it his fault, some of it not his fault. And that is definitely going to help his battle with the other Germans, because there is a second sort of battle going on in this competition, and it's the Germans. Nico Preen, Michelle Becker, Sebastian Kördel. 8th, 9th and 10th. Yep. Okay, here we go. Michelle Becker, let's go down for the interview.
Michelle Becker, second place. Nearly got Nico. How was it?
Yeah, it was a super nice race. I struggled in the last few eliminations, didn't make it to another final. Today I did in the first elimination today, and everyone was quite late at the start. I still managed to be in front of the pack, and yeah, as you said, just Nico Goya was a bit faster and started below me, and then it was a good fight till the end.
Are you going to get him next time?
I might, yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we do it in German too? Okay. Ja, bitte einmal nochmal auf Deutsch. War ein super Rennen. Wie ist es für dich gelaufen? Erzähl mal ganz kurz.
Ja, also die erste Elimination heute am Tag konnte ich mit einem 2. Platz beenden. Und die Bedingungen waren sehr schwierig, weil der Wind war immer ein bisschen auf und ab. Und im Finale am Start waren sehr viele ein bisschen spät dran. Ich konnte mich da schon früh genug absetzen. Und dann war im Endeffekt nur der Franzose Nico Goya ein bisschen schneller, der ist unter mir gestartet. Und dann hatten wir so einen guten Zweikampf bis zum Ende. Ich konnte ihn diesmal leider nicht mehr kriegen, aber ja, wir fahren sicher noch ein bisschen und mal schauen, was da noch so drin ist.
Viel Glück dafür, danke.
Vielen Dank auch.
Yeah. So there we go. That's Michelle Becker. He's ready. He's up for it. He's moving up the rankings. I'm just going to have a little refresh to see. There we go. They've refreshed them. So the official results at the moment. Nico Goya in first place now, 14.4 points. Second place, Matthias Isaac is still there on 16 points. He's been so consistent in this competition. Third place on 16 points as well, Johan So. So it's so close at the top, just 1.5 points separating the front three, and then 1 point further back, Bruno Martini in fourth place, and then another 0.7 back is Matteo Iachino. So the top 5 is separated by about 3 points. Nothing in it. You know, whatever they finish, if they all get to the final, it will be pretty much who beats who to how the finals will be finishing like this. So it's so close. Becker has moved up into 7th place, or I should say the other Germans have dropped back. Amado Vrieswijk's moved up. The next start, it's scheduled for half an hour's time. So we've got like, what, 25 minutes to go. We're going to take a break now. We'll be back at just before 12:30 to give you the rundown and the run-in. Like I said, go get some lunch, do what you got to do, but get ready for that 6th elimination. No doubt about it, it's going to go off. The plan is to do 3 today. 2 discards will come in. It will get super close. Sarah, are you going to join me?
I'll be back.
Yay! Okay, join us in 25 minutes time.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Verschnaufpause für die Teilnehmer der Disziplin Slalom in 20 Minuten geht's weiter. Der zweite Elimination des heutigen Tages, der 6. insgesamt dann schon. Und der Auftakt heute packend, spannend, mit Ups und Downs. Großes Ab natürlich für Nicolas Goyard, der die Weltfahrt, das erste Finale für sich entscheiden konnte. Vorgestellt Becker aus Kiel und Amado Wieswald, das waren die 3, die hier aufs Podium gefahren sind. Bisschen bitter war der erste Slalom für Nico Kiel. Er war im 3. nicht auf einer grenzwerten Windbedingungen. Der 4. der wurde wiederholt, weil der Windtest schwach war. Das hatte Nico Kiel leider nicht. So den Daumen für den nächsten Slalom. on the finish line 12 to 16 knots. 12 to 16 knots. Ja, da wird die Segelbahn so ein bisschen zur Lotterie. Durchaus sehr stark schwankende Windgeschwindigkeiten momentan auf dem Kurs. 12 bis 16 Knoten war die letzte Meldung von der Ziellinie. Ich habe es gehört, zwischenzeitlich zwischen 14 und 19 Knoten, das ist schon ein riesiger Unterschied. Nach wie vor ganz interessante Freestyle-Show hier auf dem Wasser. Lennart Neubauer bei Thriller sind auf dem Wasser. Aber jetzt diese manchmal mit ihrem Kreuz nicht im Part, was die Zeit natürlich der Wind ein bisschen runtergegangen ist. Lennart Neubauer mit dem 5. zur Serie punkten jetzt wieder da in die Flugfahrt und bei Thriller zu. Entspannte Stimmung bei den Jungs da draußen, kein Wunder. Wir haben den offiziellen Part hier auf Sylt erledigt. Freestyle Eliminations und Fakten. Insbesondere aus Sicht von Lennart Neubauer mit einem riesen Erfolg. Der erste Sieg für ihn bei einem World Cup. Und das hier auf Sylt. Also sieht gut aus, weil Lennart Neubauer bei Thriller danach eine spektakuläre Rotation. Wir können ja schon mal auf den ersten Heat gucken, der gleich gestartet wird. Gleich bedeutet in diesem Falle in 13 Minuten. Dabei ist Cyril Huppert, Johann Ju, Alexis Mattis, Benoit McCurr, Bob Hamburg und Amado Nieswag und Johann Zoth. Den wollen wir hier nicht unterschlagen. Ohne Däne. Das Rauskommen mit dem Racing Equipment hier bei dem leichten Wind in Ufernähe kombiniert mit mittlerweile ziemlich kräftigen Wellen, das ist alles andere als ein Vergnügen. Wir sind zum Beispiel auf der rechten Seite hier vor uns mit dem schwarzen Siegel in Dänemark 37, der Weltcup hat es geschafft, Johann Zoth. Und falls wir wird es nicht der Alexis Mattis sein. Oh, der wird dann nochmal erwischt von der Welt. Oh, schöner Push-Look. Mit dem Voll-Freestyle-Equipment draußen am Passo von Alex Müller. Alex Müller, Entschuldigung. würde sagen, machen sich die Teilnehmer von Lied 1 auf den Weg. Das ist, glaube ich, eine gute Idee, denn wir haben es hier schon gesehen, gar nicht so einfach rauszukommen. Die Mittelés sind sehr gut gelungen. Hier vorne mit dem dunklen Segel mit der Triple 8, dreimal die 8. Junger Franzose. Diese 10 Minuten noch bis zum Einstieg in die zweite Slalom Eliminations Tage. So, nach und nach die Teilnehmer des ersten Heats der nächsten Slalom Elimination auf dem Weg nach draußen. Der Wind ist wieder ein bisschen runtergegangen. in die Startsequenz für den ersten Heat des zweiten Slaloms. Das bedeutet, in 4 Minuten geht's los.
Okay, so we are back for action. We've got elimination 6 coming up. Yeah, heat number 1. Interesting heats. Just having a look through the bottom half of the draw, looks pretty stacked. We'll have to wait and see. But Franz in this first one, Van der Berg, Hooper, Jules, Mercer, Mattis, So, Vrieswijk, definitely So, and Vrieswijk are the top seeds in this one. And the other 2 are up for grabs, I would say. Mattis has been looking good today. Hooper also should be on it, but we can't count any of the other riders out. Mercer, Jules as well, obviously Van der Berg and Franz, but Franz on the fin. It has actually picked up a bit, but I'm not sure it will be enough to be competitive on the fin. Just having a look through the comments online. And yeah, a lot of people saying Goya leading again. We've got about a minute to go before we kick off this heat. Amado Vrieswijk is the man that could catch up today. He's got 3 third places, but then 2 shockers. Can't afford a mistake, but if he was to make 2 more finals today, he is right back up and right in the mix. Especially if he was to get some sort of first place or a second, he is really going to be in a very good position. But obviously Goya looking good, only 3 points separating the top 5 at the moment, but 2 discards would change a lot of things. But a lot of racing to be done before we get to that position, and the shore break is increasing. Seeing Maciej Rakowski now trying to repair battens, and Maciej is in a pretty difficult heat down that bottom end, so a lot of pressure on the tour leader at the moment as we get into day number 6 here in Sylt, as we coming up to this start of this first round heat. Tati Franz on the black, 0.7 sail on the fin. He's giving it a good go. Really good start at the top end from Mattis, as long as he wasn't over. But Tati Franz with a great start down here and a big crash at the back on the S2 Maui sails. Could be Van der Berg, could be Jules who went down. But Tati Franz is going to struggle now as he has to make his way upwind. Maybe he was heading towards the wrong mark, because now he's got a bit of an upwind slog and he is going to miss out on all the foils now as the foils come through. They look like they're absolutely cruising. We got Hooper looking good at the front of the fleet. We've got Mattis in second, so the 2 French riders. We then looks like we've got Laurent Jules. We've got Amado Vrieswijk. The Beast isn't in the top 4 at the moment. Close racing. And Tati Franz doesn't in fact make the mark. You can see there's big holes in the wind and the foils are having to pump there. And Tati Franz not even making the mark. So very difficult for Tati. And you can just see how the foils have totally demolished him. He is not even going to be able to make the mark, I don't think. Hooper looking good in the front though. Mattis second. Well, it looks like maybe Armado Vrieswijk is moving up into second, and Johan So also making good ground towards the front of the fleet. But Hooper leads. Qualifying position for him. Armado Vrieswijk second. Mattis third. Johan So down that swell in fourth place. Then Lohan Jules goes down on the jibe. Mercer behind. Mattis has dropped back a little bit, but still in top four. Hooper looking pretty controlled here at the front of this fleet. There's Armado Vrieswijk, Johan So. Hooper, 2 jibe marks to go. Like I said, should be easy qualifying for these boys. You would say on paper, you know, Armado Vrieswijk, Johan So. Look at the swell picking up though. You can imagine what that is going to look like on the beach. Will people come in between the races? I don't think they will. Look at that. We've got some serious swell coming through. I think we're only going to see it increase today. The wind, you know, not super strong, so we're not going to be wave sailing. But the problem is getting in and out to change gear. It's pretty hard going. Even the tallest guys on the fleet have got their gear on the head, walking out as far as they can. And the wind is slightly onshore, so you're getting a bit of side swipe action as we come into this last jibe mark. First qualifying round, the quarterfinals. Hooper looking very good. Armado Vrieswijk looking like they've got this qualification wrapped up. Johan So as well from Denmark. And Mattis. Good jibe from him down the swell. So we did see people coming in between the races in the earlier stuff when we didn't have any shore break, but I don't think we're going to see that now. I don't think it's a wise move to come all the way into the beach, but let's see what happens. Johan So just there, but it's going to be Hooper that wins it. Pretty cruisy one for William Hooper. It's actually the 2023 Speed champion on the foil. Armado Vrieswijk qualifying. Johan So, also easy qualification for him. And Mattis, another good race from the young Frenchman. And Mercer missing out at the end, although not too far away. In the overalls, where is William Hooper? Has he moved up? He's in 17th place at the moment, 18.5, 14, 13, 18.5, 22.5. So he's not had any races so far in the final. Might be able to get there now. Mattis, 13th place. Hasn't made the final yet, but he's been pretty consistent. I'm expecting Benedetti. He could be the one to gain quite a lot if we have a second discard coming in. Second discard comes in after 7 eliminations. Red flag is up on the boat, so less than 4 minutes to go until the start. If you are just tuning in, we've had 1 elimination so far, and it was Nico Goya that won it. This is slow-mos, replays from the last heat, the first of the quarterfinals. William Hooper, you can see in the middle there, had a good race from start to finish. That was when Lohan Jewel went down. Not easy to sail in Sylt with the chop and the swell. And we're going to see, you know, some big swell lines on those jibe marks. So it's not going to be a case, I don't think anyway, as just jibing. You've got to time it with the swell. You might not think you're taking the quickest line, but essentially if you're on the swell, it might look like you're taking a longer route, but you're going to come out a lot better. So you can't just jibe where you are. It's going to take some people slowing down to stay on the swell, going wide to stay on the swell, and it could make some impressive racing and interesting racing. Second heat coming up, elimination 6. Jazunas, Macker, Giroux, Preen, Tieme, Kurdle, Kurnum, Becker. I would say the top end of this draw is less stacked because of the way the results went in the last round, because it's all seeded off the last round, than the bottom half. So I think it's definitely an advantage to be in that top half of the draw. We just saw the last heat, we see in this heat, the bigger names, you know, the ones we're seeing doing well at this competition are all in that bottom. A lot of them are in the bottom half, which sounds weird, but it's just the way the results work sometimes. You know, they end up getting squeezed into one side, so it's slightly heavy towards the bottom end of this draw when I had a quick look at it before. We'll soon see if that plays out, but I think we're going to see some big names going out in the early rounds from the bottom half of this draw. So far we haven't seen any of the seeds go out. Obviously it's quarterfinals, but we'll just wait and see. I think it looks heavy. Okay, 1 minute to go. We are going to be on. Just confirmation. Hooper, Vrieswijk, So, Mattis qualifying from the last heat. Next heat up, Becker. We'd expect him to get through this. Kördel, expect him to get through this. Preen, I would expect those three guys to get through. And then it's a fight for the 4th place. Jimmy Tieme is one of the seeded riders in this, but obviously he's going to be on the fin. So, you know, you can kind of count him out. And that's what I'm saying. It just seems a little bit lighter towards the top end of this draw in terms of top names. When you look down the bottom, they're all getting squeezed into a couple of heats because Isaac didn't make the final. Matchek was out early. You know, Marotti out early. You know, it's stacked. But here we go. Jimmy Tieme might prove me wrong here. Who knows? Oh, disaster on the start. Kördel, what has gone on there? What has gone on? That is an absolute disaster, and that is going to make it probably even more less stacked at the top because one of the seeds has just gone down on the start, opening the door for the other riders to maybe have an easier run through here. So Becker looking very good in the middle. Preen obviously looking good, the two Germans. We've got Macker on the other Neil Pride at the front, and then we've got Kernam at the moment just back from them inside that top 4. We've got Giroux on the Gastra. Oh, big crash! Oh my God, that looked absolutely scary. Absolutely scary. There is still a chance they could qualify here, but that looked terrifying. Whoa. We'll have to have another look exactly what happened. Macker and Preen coming together. Preen just trying to get back on. Everyone is uninjured. Jimmy Tieme, this could be hard for him. They are a long way back, the foils, but Jimmy Tieme is on a fin in not such windy stuff, but he is planing. It's not over for Preen, but the couple of the riders who I said look like they should go through might not even go through as well. So then the top end of the draw will be definitely lighter than the bottom end. This is playing out even more crazy than I thought. We had Kördel crash on the start. We've had Preen and Macker crash on the first jibe mark. And Preen's already back in this. Preen's going to get back in this because Jimmy Tieme on the fin, I just can't see how he's going to hold him off. There's going to be a battle for that 4th place. Preen could be the comeback of this event so far. Michelle Becker obviously leading, looking good at the moment. But keep your eye on that fin because Preen is going to reel him in. No doubt about it. Can he hang on? Oh, this is going to be one of those hare and tortoise type races. Sebastian Kernam. Round. Giroux round. Let's keep an eye on Jimmy Tieme. That's what we want to see. Jimmy Tieme on the fin. Oh, look, he's got that swell. Preen's catching him. Oh, this could be a painful watch for Jimmy Tieme fans. He's pumping out of it. He really is. He's going. It's not a foregone conclusion, but let's keep an eye, honestly. Oh, he's gone down. Preen's gone down. He's gone down again. Nico Preen has gone down again. Jimmy Tieme is given another little boost here. Keep your eye on the 4th place rider on the fin. Jimmy Tieme surely can't lose this now. Preen, I reckon, had got him then until he crashed on that last jibe mark. You would have, I mean, the bets of Jimmy Tieme making this on the fin was highly not likely. Wow. Becker has smashed it, obviously. He's looking good in these conditions. He is going to have a big comeback. With 2 discards, he is definitely going to be in the making. He's got a good end of the draw. He's looking good. I'm sure Becker's going to make another final. He's still got to sail it, which is coming up next. No guarantees. But the definitely lighter end of the draw is the top now, 100%. Kernam second. And Jimmy Tieme has actually finished third. And then I think we got Giroux finishing 4th place. Wow. Wow. I don't think anyone would have predicted that. Oh my God. I don't know if we're going to see a replay of that first jibe mark, but that looked crazy. I mean, you just can't predict it. Like I said, anyone who's been, you know, anti-foil, you cannot deny this is some crazy exciting racing. There's no doubt about it. You wouldn't be seeing this on the fin in these conditions. I'm a big fin fan, but in terms of watching racing, this is exciting. It's so unpredictable. Look, Curdle going down on the start. He tried to slow down. He was maybe a bit early, and in doing so, he got it all wrong. Jimmy Tieme having a battle. Watch this. Preen and Macker. Oh, who's at the top? Macker. Oh, my life. And he's in the water. So lucky no one ran him over. Watch where he ends up. Macker comes off the left. The guy's coming in now. Wow. Oh, my God. That must be so scary. Nico Preen is like, what are you doing? It's just not gone well. And then Preen here. This is where he still had a chance at this point. He really did still have a chance. And, yeah, that's no one's fault. That is Mr. Preen right there. He just gave it away. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Whew, okay. Let's get it on. This end of the draw, I think, is quite stacked. Here we go. Cousin, Benedetti, Rocha, Foya, Stolman, Marotti, Mortafon, Martini. Seeded riders, you've got to think. Benedetti, Marotti, Mortafon, and Martini. But Cousin's in there. You know, Stolman could cause some upsets. Let's see. Bam. Good start from the riders. We've got Alexander Cousin closest to us, upwind of him. Benedetti. Then we've got Mortafon. Then we've got Marotti, Bruno Martini. Because, hey, one of these guys is going to miss out. Well, 4 of these guys are going to miss out, but one of the seeded riders that you might expect to get through is not going to make it out the first round. That's because Benedetti didn't have a good last elimination, got hooked into his harness, and it's put him as an unseeded rider in this heat. He was top 10 in the competition. And then you've got Marotti doing the same thing. He's having a shocker, but we know what he can do, and he's leading this one. So Marotti leads. Bruno Martini and Cousin go straight down. Big swell lines coming through, and that is the difference. That is why we love racing in Sylt. The chop, the swell, it is not easy out there. Increasing wind, holes, gusts, every little bit of elements that can change and affect the racing, which makes it more and more difficult for the riders, are in play right now. And this is what is making some unpredictable racing. Insane. Marotti's there. Oh, big crash! Benedetti getting it all wrong. So there we go. What a crazy set of races we are seeing. Marotti goes round, Martini round, Pierre Mortafon round. Oh, Foya, we got a Foya. Stallman maybe has a chance now. We've got Cousin who's already in the water. We've got Benedetti in the water. This is absolutely crazy stuff right now. Mad. Mad. I didn't see this happening as it is playing out, but there is absolutely crazy. Marotti looking good, Martini looking good, Mortefont looking good. Foya is also in the mix in 4th place. He's got Stallman, I think it is, behind him. And just, we know that nothing's for sure right now. Nothing. This swell, this chop, the gusts, the holes, it is all adding to some exciting racing. Keep your eye on the 4th place rider. Stallman will be keeping an eye on him. No doubt about it. We've seen some just crashes on straight line. Bruno Martini making his way to the front now. It doesn't matter where you finish as long as you're in the top 4. Benedetti out of it at the moment. Cousin out of it at the moment. Foya maybe making it through to the semi-finals, but he's got Stallman behind him. Can't afford one mistake, one jibe mark to go. Doesn't need any heroics, just some safe sailing. Marotti, safe. Martini, safe. Mortefont takes a wider line just to be safe. And Foya, oh Marotti, I mean, Mortefont had a little bit of a scare there. It's just never guaranteed. You cannot kind of say with any confidence that this will be the result. You've got to concentrate all the way to the end. You know, no one is celebrating until they cross the line. The wind is picking up, and there we go. Marotti will cross the line in 1st place. Bruno Martini and Mortefont 2nd and 3rd, and then I think it's Foya.
Yeah,
Foya in 4th place. So some big names again missing out. Benedetti's having a shocker today. He was up in 6th place in the overalls coming into today, but so far he's had 2 shockers. Cousin as well, not had a good day. So we are seeing some different riders. And that will make a difference to what I said before. You know, I say it's heavier at the bottom end. There is a mistake coming through here with Cousin.
Oh,
just laid it down.
Again.
Yeah, not going well.
I catch myself hunching over in my seat to like make sure they don't crash, you know? Like,
it's like when you're playing a computer game.
Yeah.
You're like, oh.
Bracing for impact.
Here's this big crash by Benedetti.
No
Bang.
way.
I'm not sure what happened
Maybe some
there.
seaweed or
something just
that was weird.
Mad, wasn't it? You would have expected him to get through that. It was looking good. Good to see Marotti back up and fighting.
I definitely felt some stronger breeze out there just now.
Feels like. Okay, heat number 4. Kudu, Schoberg, Vonk, Pogaman, and now look at these names. Rakowski, Board, Isaac Giacchino, Goya. This is the quarterfinals. This is the 1st round. One of them will miss out.
Got my money on Maciek.
You would think Maciek was fixing his sail before this race. He looked stressed. I think he snapped a baton or something. Here we go.
Oh.
Well, wow. It looked like there was few people pretty much on the line there. Goya with a good start. Looks like he's found his starting rhythm. And Board as well. In the middle, I think it is Cedric Board. He had a real big crash on the straight line earlier. So he's not 100% safe. Maciek Rakowski looking good. Matteo Giacchino further up as well looking good. Matthias Isaac at the moment is not in a qualifying position. He is in 2nd place in the overalls. He was the overnight leader. Or he's been leading this competition for a bit. Goya's going to go around in 1st place. Look at the swell lines on this first jibe mark. Not easy at all. Look at that swell. Giacchino got a little bit stuck and had to go behind it. And I think Mateus will come through.
Well, it's really starting to kick in now.
Well, Mateus actually lost out. I take it back. It was the opposite. Mateus lost out a lot. He got stuck on that line. This race is going to be exciting. I don't think it's going to be a foregone conclusion as we're looking right now. We've got 4 riders who are clear ahead, but I'm sure we're going to see some drama before the end of this. This is the last quarterfinal. Elimination 6. Goya. He's had 2 first places and he's already getting a bit loose as he comes into this jibe mark. So Goya round in 1st, Maciek Rakowski in 2nd, Matteo Giacchino I think up into 3rd now, Cedric Board. You never know what you're going to get from Cedric. And Matthias Isaac, that is the news right now, is missing out on a top 4 position. Cedric Board is the one they'll be looking at. Matthias Isaac, can he get into the top 4? If he can't, He's going to slip down the rankings. He's been very consistent so far, but he really needs to make it out of the first round. Maciej Rakowski needs a good result, needs to make the finals. He is slipping down the rankings as well. Goya is moving up the rankings. He's leading Sylt at the moment. Very close jibe from Goya. Rakowski round safely. Yakino round safely. And here comes Matthias Isaac. Matthias Isaac and Board are so close here, fighting it out. Matthias just needed a wide jibe and he was in the game. And Board has managed to get away from him. This battle for 4th place is going to be an absolute beauty. We know the top 3 riders are looking good, but 4th place is going to come down to the last jibe mark and the last reach. Matthias Isaac has gone far left. You can see he's gone really low. He's going to take a low line. Board has gone up high. Goya round in first. 2nd place, Maciej Rakowski. Matteo Yakino, nice and safe. Keep your eye on Board. Board is still in 4th place. There's a lovely swell here, and he jibes right on it. It's a great jibe from Matthias Isaac, though. Matthias Isaac, keep on that shot. Matthias Isaac is coming through. Board is not having any of it. This is the fight. This is the real fight. The fight for 4th place. Matthias Isaac's got a lower line. Cedric Board is not slow on a straight, though. He really isn't slow, and time is running out. Matthias Isaac, 2nd place in the event, is not going to make it outside the first round. Oh my God, it's a disaster for the Brazilian today. But it's a good news for Cedric Board fans. Cedric Board takes the last qualifying spot. Maciej Rakowski, Matteo Yakino, and Goya, obviously. Wow. Mateus.
Oof, I thought he would have had it, but
that jibe, I thought he'd done it. I really thought he'd done it, but Board has got some great board speed.
Yeah, we've seen.
Wow. So Matthias Isaac was leading coming into today. He's leading this competition for the last couple of days. We've had no wind. He's sitting at the top, looking good. Never led a PWA event before. But this morning didn't make the final, but won the runners-up final. So you're thinking, okay,
yeah,
he's still got it. He's now just gone out in the first round, so he will now count 10 points. So it's not a disaster. He will count 10 points, but that means he's on 26 points. He is not going to be on the podium, I don't think. He's slipping back today.
Oh, so much drama.
It is, isn't it? You just really can't relax until they've crossed the line at the end. Goya is looking good, though, isn't it? Since he won that elimination, that was the moment. That jibe was the moment where Mateus had the opening, and didn't get it. 10 seconds to go, straight up. They are not hanging around because the wind is forecast to drop. It looks like it's picked up, but it is forecast to drop. Jimmy Tiemi's in this on the fin. Oh, look at that. That's a great start. The line is really square, so everyone's starting pretty much wherever they want. Good start down this bottom end from Hooper. He could cause some problems. Mattis in there as well. Johan So, the beast, and Jimmy Tieme on the fin. Could he do it for the fins? He looks quick. We got Becker in this as well. We've got Amado Vrieswijk looking very fast at the moment. Obviously, last year's winner of Sylt. He does like it. Oh, he's low, though. He was very low there. Becker coming through. Look at Jimmy Tieme in the middle of all this fin action. Amado round in first. Jimmy Tieme goes to the inside. Oh, gets a little bit stuck on the swell and the foils come through. How are we looking at the end? We've got Amado leading, then the Beast, then Becker. And then it's a real fight for 4th place. Looks like one of the Neil Pride boys, which could be Kernam.
He's been doing well today as well.
Yeah, he looks on it. I tell you what, Jimmy Tieme is still in this. He is still in this. Depending on how these swells line up, he could still make a challenge for the final, which would be a big achievement, I have to say. Out in front, though, Amado Vrieswijk, Johan So, Becker. They need to keep it together. They don't need to beat each other. They just need to stay in that place. Oh, a little bit jibed into the back of that swell there. They managed to get away with it.
That's what happens sometimes. Is they get so caught up in the fight between the two riders, and then you drop off the foil for half a second, and people from the back just catch up so quickly.
You just cannot relax, can you? You cannot relax, especially with this swell. Amado Vrieswijk looking good. He could have a big day today. If he has 3 good results today, 2 discards come in, he is right in the mix for the event win, I can tell you now. So keep your eye on this fella. He really can't afford one mistake, though, as I say that. He gets a little touchdown. Scary stuff for Amado Vrieswijk fans. He's wobbling into this jibe. Makes it round safely, though, Amado Vrieswijk. Then Michel Becker, Johan So. Looks like Mattis maybe in the mix. Same was Cornum. It's one of the Gastra boys. Could be Giroux, could be Mattis. I'll have to check which one it is. Mattis has been sailing well today. These guys just need to keep it together. I don't know if you relax, if you take it easy. What do you do? There's the fight for 4th place.
Amado's back foot is out of the straps.
That is Mattis, I think, in 4th. Amado Vrieswijk, 1 jibe mark to go to make another final today. That's what he needs. He needs finals. Amado, a little bit hesitant around that jibe. Becker, Johan So, look at the battle for 4th as Kernum goes inside. Kernum, great jibe from the Danish rider. Oh, and I think he's got him. Kernum looks very controlled. He's got a better line, a great jibe. Wow, Sebastian Kernum, he's like 80 kilos, one of the lightest riders in this fleet, as well as Mattis, to be fair, as well. Oh, Mattis coming back.
He is fast.
He is coming back. That battle for 4th is still on. Go back to the other drone, because that fight for 4th is on. It's not over. It really isn't over. This is going to go all the way to the line. Who's going to get it?
What?
Oh, I think he might have got it. Did he get it?
Well, I don't know. Like, they're going.
That
For me,
was
it looked like he did.
So it did, didn't it? For that angle, it looked like Mattis might have got that.
No way.
Wow, that was a real comeback fight there. Obviously, Amado Vrieswijk through. Johan So through. Becker through. But I'm pretty sure Alexis Mattis.
I didn't even see the top 3 anymore. Just
No. Wow. Well, we'll have to wait for official confirmation of that. But from what we're looking at, and we had a pretty good angle, I would say.
Yeah, I think so.
I would say Mattis got it, which Kernum missing out.
Photo finish.
Ooh, well. Let's wait and see what the official scores are. That's the shore break we've got at the moment. It's going to get very tricky for the riders. It wouldn't surprise me if they just went into another elimination without coming back to the beach, because I actually think it's worse to come back to the beach
than
to stay out.
Yeah, they give him half an hour break almost every time. I mean, people do need to change stuff and adapt, so adjust.
I'll be interested to know what the riders would opt to do. Oh, that was the moment everyone went, he needs a good day today. Like I said, if he has a good day today, he is right in it.
I wonder if Nancy is watching his mom.
Oh, I'm sure whole of Bonaire just went, This was a good jibe, this. I thought Cornum had done it there. Really nice.
Wow.
But he had to force it in. I mean, wow. He did so good to come back from that. He was quite far behind. Yeah, this is another look at that final finish. I think we're almost, well,
look, right at the end.
Yeah, we get a good angle, don't we? I mean, that look.
I feel like he accelerated on that piece of swell. Just the last second.
I think he just got it. Next up, second of the semi-finals. Marotti, Mortafon, Martini, Foya, Goya, Rakowski, Yakido, Board. This could be a final, 100%. You know, Foya probably making one of his first semi-finals, so fair play. Cool. But the rest of them have all been in finals before and all challenged for wins. I think nearly everyone there has won a PWA final at some point, apart from Foya. So this is a stacked heat. I don't think you can get more stacked than this. Foya's got a very tricky semi-final here. Only 4 riders will make it into the final. Wow. Still refreshing to see those results officially come through.
Running up to the start.
Yeah, running up to the start. Second semi-final.
Putting my money on Cedric again. This guy's been fast.
He has, actually. He's been on the money on the start as well. Rakowski needs a final now. He cannot afford to not be in the final. He's had too many low results at the moment. He needs to get up into the final if he's going to challenge. He's leading the overall title race, but he won't be if he doesn't have a good result here in Sylt. Here we go. Rakowski's on the start. This is really close. Wow, he's squeezed down that bottom end. The two Italians, Matteo Iachino, Bruno Martini. We got Maciej Rakowski in the middle. It's close between the Phantom, which is Goya, I think, got a little bit of a touch there with Enrico Marotti. There's so many big names in this. This is a semi-final. This could easily be a final. Oh, Maciej gets a little touch down there, slows down. And look at Pierre Mortefon coming through. So Pierre's found some speed. Pierre Mortefon from France is out in the front. Bruno Martini as well, looking good. Goya has moved up, and Goya has a little moment, but Pierre Mortefon rounding first, then Matteo Iachino, Nico Goya. There's some early jibers on the inside with Bruno Martini. Goya's gone super low. Wow. Cedric Board at the moment near the back. Maciej Rakowski missing out. Enrico Marotti missing out. Foya missing out.
What is happening?
4 riders are in this. Pierre Mortefon looking good, and so is Matteo Iachino, Bruno Martini, and Goya just off your screen on the left. That's your top 4 riders. Oh, a moment from Bruno. Bruno just got super loose. We're used to seeing it, and he always seems to get it back, but he always makes it exciting. Pierre Mortefon, Matteo Iachino, Bruno Martini, Goya in 4th, Rakowski missing out from the semi-finals once again. It's so close. This is going to come right down to the wire. We've got 2 jibe marks to go, and Maciej Rakowski's making a move now. Maciej Rakowski has got nothing to lose. He cannot afford to be outside the top 4 here if he's going to make a good result here in Sylt. He's had too many mistakes so far, needs to put a final on the board. At the moment, he's not in final position. What is he going to do? What tactics are we going to see? He's going to have to push hard. You can see Matteo just looking around going, I don't know where to position myself here. And Bruno takes the lead, pushing as ever. Great to see. Matteo Iachino, Bruno's made a mistake. Bruno's made a mistake. Maciej just needs to keep it solid now. Bruno Martini was pushing, and he's made a mistake on that jibe. And Maciej Rakowski will be thinking, oh my God, thank goodness for that. But it is still not over. He's got Enrico Marotti behind him. Any mistakes from the top 4, Enrico Marotti is there, Cedric Board is there, there's big swell coming through the course area. This is the semi-final. This is who is going to make the next elimination. Elimination 6 final. Only 4 guys will do it. Matteo Iachino, he's been very consistent in this event. The last couple of eliminations, not so. Pierre Mortefon, Goya, Rakowski, all make it clearly round, and actually Marotti not really in the game here. It's going to need an absolute disaster from one of the front 4 if Enrico Marotti is going to make this final. Still not easy when you look at the swell and the chop that's around. Enrico Marotti's given it a good go, but he needs a mistake. No doubt about it. Not easy to see the angles from this angle, but Iachino, Mortefon, Rakowski and Goya, that's your first 4. Wow. Bruno, Bruno is sitting great in the overalls. Bruno is into 4th place. He's now, he's got an 11th as his backup, but if he'd have made that final, he was challenging for leading this competition.
Wow. Well, there were 3 different race leaders in this race alone.
Wow. It's hectic stuff out there. They all look happy with the racing, though. It looks like kind of exciting, nerve-wracking. Pierre was looking good in that. You know, a few people I saw in the comments saying, doesn't look like he's got the speed. He looked quick in that.
Yeah, but then he dropped back. But
yeah.
Bruno just...
Yeah, Bruno was pushing. Bruno was pushing and then just couldn't hold it on that jibe. Official results, it was Mattis that made that final. Kernam just missing out like we thought.
Wow.
Becker, So, Vrieswijk, they're joined by Mortefon, Goya, Rakowski and Iachino. So yeah, Marotti not making another final. So he's kind of lost it since Pozo. Not found his good form. This was when Pierre Mortefon was leading. Iachino, we'd already swapped at this point as they come through. Maciej, right at this point, was thinking, oh dear. You know, Bruno, he's not someone you're going to overtake, so he needed a mistake. You just got to keep calm. Hope it comes. Push as hard as you can. And this is when Bruno had already taken the lead. He came into this jibe mark. What happened? Switched his feet, lost the lift, and then didn't find it again. And Matteo did well to avoid him. He hit the sail, actually, Bruno, with the mast. So Matteo did pretty good to avoid it there. Maciej was having a bit of a wobble. And then, yeah, the final 4 came through. Okay, so we are into the finals now. So runners-up final, winners final. That's how we're looking. Obviously, the losers or the whatever, the bottom four from that have to get back up to start the runners-up final. So we're going to take an ad break. We'll be back to bring you the finals, and the overalls can move around. There's only 3 points separating the top few. Join us in a minute.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Okay, so we're back up to the finals. A few people asking what gear they're on. Sarah?
Yeah, I saw that Enrico was sailing the 7.7.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming, between 7.0 and 7.7.
Yeah, it has picked up. I think at one point they might have even gone on the big stuff, but they've before this elimination started, for the last elimination and this elimination, they've all been on that sort of size. Yeah. I mean, it depending how big the riders are. Enrico's one of the bigger riders, so I'd expect him to be on. There's not many people on bigger than 7, 8, 8.0, something around that. That's the kind of bigger end of it. And I think they're all on their big wings, which I think, if for any people who are into it, it's not as easy to work it out, but it's like 550.
That's pretty small.
Yeah, 556 from what I've heard. And then obviously Nico Goya's on a 475.
Yeah, I read something. It's just interesting because now I just saw Amaro doing one leg with his back leg out of the strap. Usually it tells you that they're overpowered.
Yeah.
But
or is it safer, maybe?
No, definitely safer. So either overpowered or the waves, it's just very choppy out there. So yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm just looking. Henning just said Michel is on his 7.2, 91 board and 550 front wing. That's what I'm hearing. So, I mean, there's a few people out there. And again, I said this the other day. It's like trying to, like, if I say wave sailing 5.0, 90-litre board, I instantly have a picture of the conditions. Yeah. But with the foiling, it's took me a while to understand the numbers. But I'm kind of getting there now. So I hope you guys at home are getting there. Foiling, how's your foiling?
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm also a few steps behind. Like, I was quite into it a couple of years ago, but until last year, I decided to put it to the aside a bit because I'm already doing all the other disciplines. But I think when I get back home now and it's lighter winds, I'll get back into it.
Does this fire you up, watching this?
Just to race, not particularly foiling, I think, but just racing, but of course, like, I love everything about windsurfing, so it also feels a bit like I need to get more into foiling again, just to master that part of windsurfing as well.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, like me watching this racing, the racing looks intense, I will say. It looks a little bit scary at some points, but it's intense.
Yeah, the guys are pushing.
Seriously pushing, and you were just saying as well, it's like this racing is just so unpredictable.
Yeah.
Like you really can't call it. There's there's drama all the way through the fleet, which is great for a spectacle of the sport, you know, and especially for the public watching. If you've never watched windsurfing before, you've never watched anything, and you watch this, surely this has to be insane racing. You know, people watch horse racing. They don't ride horses every day. You don't need to ride a windsurfer to appreciate racing, you know. So yeah, I think we're going to go next level with this sort of coverage as well. You know, the way the drones are covering it, everything about it, I think is really adding to this whole thing. Right, runners-up final first. So best you can do in this race. If you win it, you will get 9th place because there's 8 people already in the final. So the winner of this runners-up final gets 9th place, which is not a bad result. You know, a 9th. But if you want to win this competition, you don't want to be counting a 9th. So if you are in the runners-up final, you kind of want this as your discard. We will go through the other results in a minute because a few people have been up and down, which we will go on to. Like I said, we will have 2 discards if we do another elimination after this, and this could have big implications. Maciej Rakowski is in this final. He's not out of the race yet because we've seen so much happening. You know, there's no guarantees that anyone will have a consistent competition. It's almost impossible.
I mean, the most solid person today, I will say, is Nicolai. I feel like he's in the right rhythm. He's got momentum going.
Well, Bruno was looking so good until then. He was really in the mix. Yakina was looking good, but he's had a couple of wobbles these last 3 eliminations, you know.
Yep.
You know, but if he was to win this one and have a good next one, the 2 discards come in, he's leading the competition probably.
Right back up there.
You know, so it's going to come down to real individual racing and exactly what happens in them, because Matteo Yakino got knocked off in the last one. That could have easily been a 3rd.
No,
you know, for not his own fault, you know. So let's see. Runners-up final now, so then we'll move on to the final, and I'll go through the results after that and give you a rundown. In this runners-up final, we've got Kernam, Tieme, Hooper, Giroux, Marotti, Martini, Foyer, and Board. So you would think Bruno Martini would be the seeded rider who you might think could win this final, but Marotti's definitely going to want to have a go. But I would be putting quite good money on Bruno Martini winning this. But
I'll put the 3 New Pride riders in the top 3: Martini, Marotti, and Kornum.
Yeah.
Seen Sebastian pull off some really nice jibes during the races.
I got a bit of a side bet on Hooper. If he gets it together, he can cause some problems. But again, Bruno probably needs that 9th as a nice backup score. I think it would be a counting result for him at the moment because he's got an 11th place. So if he's 1st or 2nd in this, it will be a counting result for him because he's got a worse result so far. So it is actually a bit on here. He could lose 2 points if he doesn't win it. Right, let's see where they are. We've got Jimmy Tieme on the fin.
Wow, Tieme he's making it through the rounds.
Yeah, he's having a longer day today, that's for sure. A little bit of argy-bargy up that top end. We've got Bruno Martini down this bottom end. It looks like it's starboard tack bias. Bruno Martini with a pretty solid start. We've got Enrico Marotti just upwind of him. Then we've got Hooper. That's your bottom 3 riders. And then Jimmy Tieme is really in the mix with, I think it's Mattis. No, Mattis made the final. Yeah, Mattis made the final. No, it's Giroux, sorry, on the GA sail. And Jimmy Tieme got squeezed out of that one. So Bruno Martini and Enrico Marotti. And Enrico Marotti wants to win, maybe. Absolutely having it down this bottom end as we come into the jibe mark. And it's not often you can roll over the top of Bruno Martini, and he hasn't, because Bruno's still got an inside line and goes from outside to in and inside to out for Bruno. Top 2, Neil Pride Riders. Then we got Hooper in 3rd place, then Giroux. And then I think we've got a battle between a few of them. We've got Cedric Board in there, Kernam's in there, Foyer's in there, and then Jimmy Tieme on the fin. But at the moment, Enrico Marotti leading this runners-up final. He won in Pozo, but then Fuerteventura didn't really go his own way. And then here in Sylt is not really having the result we would have expected after Pozo in that domination. I mean, first event of the year as well in Lake Garda. If he'd have had a good result in that final, he could have been a second. He ended up finishing 9th. Great jibe down the swell, though, from Enrico Marotti, and Bruno comes through. Hooper's still there. It's going to be a good battle, this. It's going to, I think, going to go down all the way to the end. Look at those big swell lines. Really good for racing, and really good to see it from the drone, because you really get an idea of where they are and how much it can help. And if you come into that jibe mark at the wrong timing, you can lose 100 meters just by being at the wrong time for the swell. So sometimes slowing down can help you. We'll see how it works out. It also can put you further ahead, because there's a big line here as Bruno Martini is looking at Enrico Marotti. Enrico Marotti is going to get a nice swell here, Bruno. Really good swell. That's what I was saying. What a jibe from Bruno Martini. Straight down the swell and straight into the lead. Look at the slingshot Bruno got there. And it isn't as easy as getting the slingshot. You have to hold it together, because the acceleration is insane. What a jibe from the Italian. Bruno Martini now takes the lead, and again, this will be 2 points saved here. If he wins this runners-up final, he's already got an 11th on his score sheet, so a 9th place here will save him 2 points. So it's a big result for Bruno Martini as he pushes hard into this jibe, gets the run on the swell as well. What great racing from the Italian as he touches down a little bit. He's now pushing. Enrico Marotti 2nd place, Hooper in 3rd. Just a runners-up final, but what a jibe that was. Move. That jibe just, it says it all. You know, that was the slingshot of slingshots, and he managed to hold up the power. Impressive stuff from the Italian rider. Like I say, if you're in this runners-up final, the one thing you got to do is win it, and then you're still in single digits. So 9th place for Bruno Martini. Great move on Enrico Marotti in 10th place, and 11th place for Hooper. And then it looks like we got Cedric Board coming in, Kernham. That's got to feel pretty good, hasn't it? It's great to see the swell, isn't it? The swell just adds that like 3rd dimension to it.
It was sketchy, that jibe. It was getting pretty steep that way, so he steered it perfectly.
That was sick. That was absolutely sick. Yeah, we'll have a look at that in a minute.
Was that it? No.
That was the first jibe as they came through. A lot of action going on with the swell. This one down there, bam, and then just holds it on. Yeah, just really good to see that. And then uses this one, the same swell line, to like accelerate over the top. And then it was no looking back from then on in. He was like, yeah, I'm not giving up this lead. Great race from Bruno Martini there. And a psychological race, you know, in the head of Marotti. He didn't really do anything wrong. It's just Bruno just nuked him. Okay, here we go. Elimination 6 final. Goya. If he wins this, he is totally leading this event by a good way. Rakowski is in this. We've got Vrieswijk, So, Becker, Mattis, Giacchino, Mortafon. They're all in it. Amado, a good result here. We'll move him up the tree, and with a double discard coming in the 7th elimination, it's all to play for. So Vrieswijk really needs a good result here. Johan So needs a good result. Becker does. Wow, Giacchino was right on the money there. Matteo Giacchino down this bottom end nailed the start. Amado Vrieswijk had some serious speed, and so did Becker. We saw in the last one, Pierre Mortafon had found some speed and an extra gear, so he's going to be a contender in this. But Goya didn't have the best start, but he's coming through thick and fast in the middle as Amado Vrieswijk is putting the hammer down. But look at Pierre Mortafon as well. But Amado is flying down this swell line. He wants to be first into this mark, but he is on the edge right now. Amado Vrieswijk jibes in first. 2nd place, Matteo Giacchino. Then we've got Goya. There's a mistake from Amado Vrieswijk. Oh my God. A mistake from Amado, and he's gone down. That's disaster for Amado Vrieswijk fans. Pierre Mortafon and Matteo Giacchino did well to avoid him. Becker's still in this race. Wow. Well, I'm just trying to work out exactly what happens when you have that. Wow. He was pushing so hard, Amado. Couldn't hold it on, though. Pierre Mortafon, like I said, he looked like he'd found an extra gear in that last elimination. Matteo Giacchino is up there. No one's taken him out just yet, although he did well to avoid him. Becker is right in the mix. The German is going to be challenging for another race win. Keep your eye on Michel Becker. I'd be having a sneaky little bet on him because he is looking good, but so is Pierre Mortefon. Goya in 4th place at the moment. Probably thinking I just need to keep it safe. But we know Nico Goya. He's not very good at doing it safe. He will always push. Matteo Giacchino in 3rd place at the moment. These boys are pushing so hard. We've got swell, we've got chop, we've got gusty winds, and we have got some absolutely insane racing. Elimination 6. Final is here. Look at Becker pushing now. Becker is pushing Pierre Mortefon. Mortefon will feel him right on his tail. Becker's going to go inside here. Pierre Mortefon goes round in 1st. Becker 2nd. Tries to get the acceleration out the jibe. Matteo Giacchino, a good jibe from him. Goya still in 4th place, and Becker's got an advantage now. Becker's got a little bit of an advantage, but Pierre Mortefon doesn't go with him. He stays his own line, and I think I like that. He has held him off by going lower. And that is a good move from Pierre Mortefon. Just picks a different line, but Becker's coming through now. Becker has spotted a swell, and he is giving it everything. Becker's on that swell line. He's going to have to head up, and he heads up. There we go. Pierre's going to go round in 1st. Becker's on the same swell. This is going to be so close. It's a big... Wow. Pierre Mortefon just absolutely nuked that jibe. Becker give it everything, but this looks like it's going to go the Frenchman's way. What a race from Mortefon under serious pressure from Michel Becker. Becker is having a stormer of a day. 2nd in the 1st elimination today. 2nd in this one by the looks of it. Pierre Mortefon, though, is the man in elimination 6. He's been pushed all the way to the line. Oh, and he's touching down a bit too much. He does win it. Mortefon 1st, Becker 2nd. Matteo Giacchino solid in 3rd. Who is in 4th? Let's go back to that because Goya
fell back.
Yeah, where did he finish? Oh, Goya's in the drink. Is he? He's right back there. So Goya must have fell.
What happened?
Wow. Goya finishes in 7th. That changes everything. Johan, so, I mean, we're going to have to watch that race back to actually work out what happened because there was so many mini battles going on, but the fight for 1st was intense.
That was so tactical from both of them. I was sure Michel was going to, like, he was really
He
making a move
pushed
there.
him. He pushed him so hard. I think there's a lot of people that might have buckled.
Yeah, exactly. Pierre had some nerves of steel.
Yeah. Pierre was fighting. Looks like the Wave Boys are getting ready by the looks of it. But that was some exciting racing. Nico Goya, 7th in that one. That he will have to count that. So he moves on to 21.4 points. Matthias Isaac, he is on 25-something points. Johan So gets an 8th. He's on 24 points. Bruno Martini gets a 9th. He's on 24, 25, 26 points. Matteo Giacchino is on 20.7 points. It's so close. Michel Becker with a 2nd, 28.7. Double discard will put him right back in. Wow. Yeah, wow. Who's leading? Matteo Giacchino?
Yeah, I think he might be.
It's so close. Matteo Giacchino.
Out. Amado.
No,
yeah, his sail just smacked into
I think
the
he's
mark.
leading by little tiny bit. Oh, Goya had to avoid him. And then when Pierre, that was when Pierre came through.
Matteo was actually leading after Amado dropped.
It's hard to work out exactly what happened as you watch it back. These two, at this point, this is a great jibe under pressure. We're going to try and get some interviews in a minute. Well, we will get interviews 100% with the boys. Yeah. So look at Goya now. He was in 4th place at that point, and Johan So was in 5th. So something must have gone on there because those boys finished. It must have been on that last. Oh, Goya must have gone down on the jibe before because he's gone. Johan So must have crashed on the last buoy. Wow, that could have been a big game changer for him. He would have been leading.
Yeah.
If he hadn't have crashed, Johan So would have been leading. Yeah, if he hadn't have crashed on that line, he must have just crashed on that last buoy.
Johan crashed there.
Must have. He would have been leading. And Pierre Mortefon in the end wins it. Wow.
By only a little, huh?
Yeah.
Michel came back so strong.
He's happy with that.
Nice, claiming it. Good job.
He is happy with that. That is a, yes, that feels good.
That was an epic race.
Yeah, that was a good battle. Really good battle. Okay, interviews on the beach.
Finally a win. How was it out there?
It's wild, but yeah, a good win finally. The week was not so easy for me, but the hardest it gets, I think the better it is for me. I really enjoy the condition. It's super hard. It's hard to go out, hard to go in. And since the beginning of this race, from the start to mark number 1, it was just like surfing, blasting the wave, and I really enjoy it. First jibe was super tight. Amado made a little mistake, but we were all like in 3 meters, so it was super hard. And then I pushed with Matteo. I say, hey, with him for sure you're gonna have to push. And then Michel was there also because I think he jibed really well. And it was cool because it was a clean fight. He pushed, but he didn't come too close and too hard, and yeah, really happy.
Did you have any idea what was going on behind you with everyone crashing?
Not at all. Already like focusing on yourself, it's not easy, so yeah, it was hard to see what was going on around.
And it looks pretty crazy with the shore break now. What's it like?
Yeah, you need a bit of luck, and if you are unlucky you can have a hard time. It's not easy because it's not that big, but with the current, the onshore wind, and it's not easy to go out with our big machine.
Finally, what size equipment are you actually on?
I was with 7.5 on the sail, my biggest foilboard 91, and my small wing, the 475 Phantom.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
So there you go. They got the small front wings for 6.5, 4.75. That's the same as probably Goya's on his big wing, which is Pierre's small wing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I didn't hear about that combination before because they're on their biggest board but still using their smallest wing.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, they're going to try and find Michel Becker as well for an interview here, but like he said, clean fight. You can see what the guys like that. They like close racing. It's fun winning, but it's way more fun winning when it's a close fight. It's definitely the way to go. Like I say, just waiting for these scores to update, but they will change around a little bit. Goya will set up for 7th, so he's 21.4 points. Okay, we're going to have Becker interview as well on the beach. Becker's had 2 second places today. He's winning the day, let's say.
He's the one on the roll today, yeah.
Yeah.
On a roll.
Again, if he gets that double discard.
Look at that smile.
Einmal in English, einmal in Deutsch.
Michel Becker, second place again. How was that?
Yeah, here we are again. Hello again. Yeah, I'm just having fun out there. That was my mentality coming into the day. And so far it seems to pay off. I had another great start at the boat, or good start I would say. And yeah, I could make it all the way through. I mean, almost all the way. Second behind Pierre in that race. And I was always there, so I was waiting for a slight mistake. And on the last mark, I was thinking to go on the inside. I saw a nice wave, but yeah, I didn't want to risk it. There was a bit of wide water and I didn't want to lose any control and screw his race. So yeah, I settled for the second.
Congratulations, keep going.
I will, thank you.
You want it? You can change if you want. All right. Okay, ja. Beschreib uns bitte das Rennen nochmal auf Deutsch.
Ja, also zweite Elimination jetzt fertig am heutigen Tag und ich konnte wieder ganz gut starten oben am Boot, also louvseitig, das heißt, ich konnte dann mit dem freien Wind runterfahren. An der ersten Tonne war es richtig eng und irgendjemand ist auch reingefallen, ich weiß gar nicht, wer das war. Ich habe das schon so ein bisschen kommen sehen und konnte dann einfach innen vorbeifahren. Habe jetzt wieder einen zweiten Platz. Ich habe die ganze Zeit auf Fehler gewartet vom ersten, ich war da immer in Schlagdistanz. Ist nicht passiert, aber ein zweiter Platz ist wirklich mehr als gut.
Für welches Equipment hast du dich am Ende entschieden?
Ach ja, ich habe mich für das kleinere Segel entschieden. Das war definitiv die richtige Entscheidung. Der Grundwind war einfach ein bisschen mehr als heute Vormittag. Und ja, das hat mir einfach so Stabilität und Kontrolle gegeben. Das war sehr wichtig.
Du scheinst in Topform zu sein. Wie fühlst du dich?
Ja, ich fühle mich sehr gut. Mein Ziel war es einfach, positiv in den Tag zu starten, zu nehmen, was kommt. Und ja, das gelingt mir soweit ganz gut. Und vor jedem Rennen denke ich mir, eigentlich egal was passiert, Hauptsache genießen, hier auf der World Tour zu sein. Und dass dieses Genießen dann so ein bisschen in Performance umwandeln und Konzentration gelingt mir ganz gut.
Ja, be happy und weiter so.
Auf jeden Fall.
Dankeschön.
Okay, so there you go, and the results have just updated.
Did they drop?
So let's have a look. Top 10 now. It's interesting because Mattis has moved up to 10th place. Pretty impressive. That's got to be his best, looking result at the moment. Amado Vrieswijk has moved up to 9th. He actually finished 4th in that race. Did you realize that?
No.
He crashed at the first mark.
What happened to everyone else?
No, but how did he get back to 4th?
Yeah.
So Amado Vrieswijk with another discard, if he can get another one, he is right up in the mix. For example, he wins the next elimination, he might even be leading.
Yeah, he has really good scores actually.
Wow. So that's a big one. The big next elimination is interesting. Pierre Mortevon up into 8th place with that win. He's got 33.7 points, just to give you an idea. Matt Cheverkovsky is still in 7th, 31.7. Then we got top 6. Michel Becker, storming day today, 2 second places. He's up into 6th place with 28.7. He is only 8 points off the first place. That's not much. That's the difference between a last and a first in a final. Bruno Martini still in 5th or in that top 5. He's dropped 1 place, which is not so bad considering he's on 26 points. Then also on 26 points is Matthias Isaac. He's had a bad day at the office, 9th place and an 18.5. And then the top 3 at the moment, Johan So is still there. If he hadn't have finished 8th in that one, when we saw him, he'd come around the last drive marking 4th. If he'd have finished 4th, he would have been leading this competition, which would have been insane. Nico Goya drops to 2nd because he finished 7th in that one with 21.4 points. But ahead now, Matteo Iachino, 20.7 points. He's only 0.7 ahead of Nico Goya. So that is how it's looking. It's pretty interesting. We have been told they're stopping for lunch now. We're going to have lunch. We're waiting for the next announcement. There is talk about wave sailing.
I better get my gear ready.
You better go get ready. So stay tuned. We will tell you exactly what's going on, but that's the talk at the moment. They're assessing the conditions. We could have more racing. I don't know, but it is super exciting. I'm mega excited. We'll see you soon.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Attention sailors, this is an official PWA announcement. We're going to delay the start of heat number 1 for another 15 minutes, so red flag is going up at 2:15. The wind is currently at 9 to 30 knots. Also gerade 9 bis 13 Knoten auf dem Wasser. Die rote Flagge für den ersten Heat in dieser dritten Elimination ist es schon heute. Geht dann hoch um 14:15 Uhr.
Ja, kurzes Update nochmal. Wir hatten ja eigentlich für 14 Uhr hier den Start des dritten Slaloms des heutigen Tages versprochen. Momentan tatsächlich etwas wenig Wind hier in der Kursfelder. Man sieht es, die Teilnehmer, die auf dem Wasser sind, teilweise ein bisschen mit Gleitproblemen. Letzten Windmessungen waren wieder etwas besser, deshalb hoffen wir, dass es hier alsbald möglich weitergeht. Erster möglicher Start jetzt um 14:15 Uhr. Competitors in red flag for the first heat will come up in less than 30 seconds. So, jetzt wird es also doch wieder wild auf dem Wasser. In ca. 15 Sekunden steigen wir an in die Startsequenz zum dritten Slalom des heutigen Tages.
Okay, we are back. I'm just looking at the results. I'm here with Dieter van der Eycken in the booth, and I'm just looking at the results. So just to give you an idea, if you've not been tuning in to watch the racing so far, it is so close at the moment. Matteo Iachino leads, Goya second, Johan So third, and then super close. But the big thing about this elimination we're about to watch is the 7th elimination. The 7th elimination means we get 2 discards. At the moment, we only have 1. So now, if you look at the results and take out the second highest score, because at the end of this round, you have to get rid of your second biggest score, you look at the points, and I tell you what, Amado Vrieswijk, if you take out his second biggest score now, he moves to 13 points. Matteo Iachino will get rid of his, he moves to 13.7. Nicholas Goya would move to 14.4, I think. So it's like already you're seeing Amado come back in. You know, these guys are all going to be tight at the spot. Matthias Isaac gets rid of a 10. He goes to 16. So they're in like within 2 or 3 points, but it obviously all depends what they get in this elimination, because if they have a bad one now, they won't get to discard their big one, because this could be their big one. So we can't say it's going to work out like that, but Amado Vrieswijk, if he has a good elimination here, if he wins this elimination, he now will be leading this Sylt event. So it's a big one.
It's really, really big. I mean, he got unlucky with those 2 quarterfinals exits. And
Dieter van Dijk.
Hello.
Yeah, so like I said, we just looked at results. That's how it is. We've got elimination 7 coming up. Such a big elimination. Like, a lot can happen. We can't explain it obviously all now, because we have to see how it plays out. And obviously those things will happen as we go along, and I'll kind of explain to you, because this probably will be the last elimination of the day.
So. I think they wanted to do 3. Well, you never know. Maybe they do a 4th one.
There is quite a bit of shore break at the moment. There's quite a few guys getting smashed. I spoke to Maciej Rakowski, broke his baton before the last one. He was stressing, and then he pushed it and did something wrong, and he said he was having all sorts of mares. So there is a lot of that going on. It's not easy. I think this will be the last elimination today, and we will see the overalls get shaken up. Like I said to you at the last one, elimination 6, Johan So went round the last mark in 4th place. If he'd have stayed in 4th, he was on his own. He fell off, got the wave wrong, went in the water. If he had have finished 4th, he would be leading this competition, and his second worst result would have been a 5th. He would have been discarding a 5th if he'd have done well in this elimination, which would have been insane considering how much everyone else has been up and down.
I guess he's the only one who did all the winners finals.
Crazy. Really
yeah,
crazy.
It's been very consistent. I was pretty surprised. I mean, it was the last jibe. He didn't have to push. And I think it just touched. I think the people should know that it is pretty wavy out there. I was looking from the side, and yeah, there's some solid rollers there, which I don't think is that easy on the floor. So it makes it very, very interesting. You're battling your opponents, and you're battling the conditions.
Also, I forgot to mention Michel Becker. Michel Becker has a 14th place. So if he discards that, he has a good one here. He moves up to 14.7. So a good result here. He could well be in the top 3 at the end of this round. He could even be leading, depending on how the results fall. So super exciting elimination coming up. In this first heat, we've got Yakino, Rakowski, Hooper, Giroux, Isaac, Maka, Van der Berg, and Jazanas. So if you look at the seeded riders that we're wanting to see up there, it's actually not a bad draw for the guys in this heat, I would say. Not too many, not a loaded quarterfinal, as I've been saying before, because we will have some loaded ones. Some people went out early. Here we go. 2, 1, bang. Good start down this bottom end on the Severn. Maciej Rakowski in the middle with obviously a good start as well. Matteo Yakino. Actually, I say that there's not loaded. It's not loaded in terms of 4 over 4, but Yakino, Rakowski, and Isaac, they are really all fighting out for those top spots. And then we've got Hooper in there as well. The other guys have got a full hard heat here. They're going to have to push pretty hard to get inside the top 4. Maciej Rakowski looking to get his results back on track as he's pushing Matthias Isaac pretty heavily down this bottom end. Maciej jibes in. Looking clean. Matthias Isaac looking good. Hooper looking good. Matteo Yakino probably not pushing super hard at the moment, but touches down. He's got to be a bit careful. Giroux is no slouch.
Exactly.
He's got some speed. That 4th place is always dangerous.
Oh, it's really bad. I think that 4th place. I think you could see Matteo got a little bit stuck at that jibe because he was just not in sync with the swell. He's pulling out down now though, so.
Yeah, listened to a few people before. They're on the big board, small front wings, 7.5. Did I? No,
7.5. Martefon was on a 7.5. Small front wing.
Okay. Oh, Maciej. Like touching all the way through that jibe. That swell is really hard to predict as Hooper has a little bit of a tight jibe there. Matteo Yakino keeping it together.
Exactly. Top 4 pretty clear at the moment, but with the foils, they can crash so quickly. I don't want to be the commentator curse.
Yeah, we're going to have a pretty relaxing one. This is early rounds, quarterfinals, no drama just yet. Could all change at any moment. 2 jibe marks to go. Top 4 are still pretty bunched up. No one's really pulled away. They're quite tightly bunched. No one needed to push very hard. They need to just do a gentleman's race.
Exactly.
Stay clear of everyone, but it doesn't always happen. You get the foil wrong. Matthias going inside. Sees a little opportunity to stay clear of the same path as Maciej Rakowski.
Exactly.
Still looking pretty consistent. Mateo Giacchino, as I say that, Mateusz Isaac has a little bounce.
I mean, look, the waves in the back are breaking now around that buoy.
Yeah, that buoy is going to be where a lot of these things are decided. If you want to go for the win, you might have to attack on the swell on that buoy. We saw it with Bruno Martini in the last round. And, yeah, exciting stuff. So, Maciej Rakowski just cruises round. Mateusz, Hooper, and Giacchino.
Yeah, pretty safe.
Pretty safe. So, yeah, not very eventful, that one, but that's okay. It's the quarterfinals. We weren't expecting the guys to be pushing. Like I said, you look at the top seeds in this one, and there is a bit of a gap. No disrespect to the other guys in this fleet, but these guys are the top seeds, and they are all making it through. Giroux would have probably wanted to challenge a bit more, I think, but...
He had some good heats in Poser, right, if I remember well.
Yeah, he's been up there. He's been definitely challenging. So Rakowski, Isaac, Hooper, and Giacchino all qualify safely for the semi-finals. So all the top seeds are still intact, let's say.
Olivier. Yeah, so next up, Bordes. He did a good race, no?
Yeah, he's been actually going pretty good. Got some good speed on the straights.
Sometimes crashes on the straight.
Yeah, he definitely is a rider that's worth keeping your eye on.
Yeah, entertaining.
So just looking at some slow-mos from that last round. Like I said, not some crazy exciting race in that one. That was probably one of the easiest rounds we've seen today. You know, the least eventful, which was nice actually. We keep the voices low, just cruise it through.
Warming up towards the finals.
Yeah, as soon as we get towards the semis, obviously it's already gone. I mean, we're going to see some tighter quarterfinals, 100%, because that one had, you know, 3 of the top 10 in it.
Yeah. 4, Hubert, what's Hubert did.
So next up we've got Becker, Goya, Marotti, Foya, Preen, Jules, Storman, Benedetti. So Benedetti is actually not a seeded rider in this because he crashed out early. Preen, not a seeded rider. So these are the guys that make these heats harder. You know, I see 5 top seeded riders plus the other riders are good riders. So this is one of the tighter heats. This is one of the harder heats.
Early or?
Benedetti's going to push here. He really needs to get his day back on. Ooh, that was a really... He was right up there, wasn't he, Becker?
Yeah.
So Becker, looking to keep the dream alive. He could be leading this event.
Yeah.
If he, Jules has gone down. Lohan Jules, not what he wanted to do.
No, I mean, this is a packed heat.
That's what I said. There's more than enough riders in this to cause problems. 100%.
Did Nico break his sail? That is on the new sail.
You're right. He's got G7. And that looks not his.
No.
So maybe he did damage his sail in the shore break. But Becker goes round in first, keeping that fine form going. Goya, then Benedetti. Then we got Nico Preen and Enrico Marotti. So Preen is under pressure here. He has got Enrico Marotti, his teammate, to battle with for that 4th and 5th place. That is not easy, and that's what I'm saying. Benedetti's not a seeded rider in this heat. He had a bad one in the last one, which puts him unseeded, and he can cause problems. Goya, obviously, right up there. Nico Preen in 5th place at the moment and not qualifying. We've got Enrico Marotti up on that top and has just rolled Benedetti. So Benedetti now under pressure from Nico Preen from underneath. Benedetti's got a different line. Can they read the swell right? Still Becker in the lead. Then Goya. Benedetti into 3rd place. Great job from him on the inside of the Croatian. Enrico Marotti, and Preen, the German, has had a bad day so far. And this bad day could get even worse. He was in a battle for top German, but Becker is now leading that race by a good way. He's had a stormer of a day. 2 finals, 2 second places. He is flying high.
Did he catch something on the foil, though?
I don't know. Goya is just put on the afterburners here. Goya has got the turbo button on. Preen is just there waiting. Something has happened to Becker. Surely.
I think he caught something on the foil.
It looks like, look at the wake, but I guess all the wake's doing that. He's still there. Goya
he suddenly
chooses a wider jibe. Becca loves a jibe, doesn't he? Becca just loves the jibe, and they've all touched down. Keep your eye on Preen. Preen's sensing a moment here. It's not over for Nico Preen just yet, and Goya's in trouble here. Nico Goya could be in trouble. We got Preen behind him, and this could be a bit of a disaster for Nico Goya. He cannot afford to not make the final if he wants to win this competition. He's got a pretty good second discard, but if he wants to win it or wants to be leading at the end of this round, he really needs to make the final. Nico Preen is not what you want to see as Nico Goya in 4th place. Becca goes round in 1st. Then we've got Enrico Marotti, then Benedetti, then Nico Goya, then Nico Preen. Nico Preen. Oh, there's a big bit of swell here. Benedetti's gone low. Nico could have a little bit of emotion here. We could stay on that other drone angle because you can see the difference. Benedetti's in a bit of trouble. Preen's coming through. Preen is honestly coming through here. Keep your eye on that screen. Big bit of swell. Benedetti's going to ride it. Preen is making good ground up, but I think Benedetti's got it. Preen is accelerating. This is going to go so close. Becca wins it. Marotti 2nd. 3rd place Goya. Benedetti is going to get it only just ahead of Nico Preen. And the day just keeps getting worse and worse for Nico Preen. His YouTube video tonight is going to be a bit of a downer. It's going to be different to the all usuals. But sometimes it's good to see it from the other side because he has obviously had a shocker today.
Yeah, well, you say shocker. I mean, that was not an easy heat, you know.
No, but a shocker today, just in terms of results. You know, Nico Preen is dropped right out of the top 10 to 12th place. He's had an 18.5 and an 18.5, so both times just missing out. Guess what that was? 18.5. So 3 18.5s is not what Nico Preen is wanting.
Stinks. That, like, hurts. That hurts you a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, how good was that jibe from Benedetti?
Yeah.
That kind of made him safe.
Yeah. If he hadn't have done that,
never would have
good night. Yeah, good night.
Oh, this jibe from Becker is amazing. He was 3rd, and then he went
Becker's
1st.
my new king of jibe, and I said to him, it reminds me of Julian Kentel.
Yeah.
Like, he races like Julian Kentel. He's not always up there at the front, but then he races his way back in, and then when he gets a good start, he's challenging.
Yeah, I mean, he pinked that start. We thought he was
20
early.
seconds to go. 20 seconds to go. Heat number 3 coming up. Amado Vrieswijk. Big heat for Amado Vrieswijk. He cannot afford a mistake. Mattis, Kernan, Board, Mercer, Cousin, Franz, Kördel. This is a good heat for Amado. If you look at the big names in it, it's not such a bad one in the quarterfinals. The last one was way more loaded towards the higher seeded riders. At the moment, this one has got one rider inside the top 10. You know what I mean? Just the way the seeding works, sometimes...
I mean, it's based off the last race, no?
Exactly. So sometimes some of the boys have a better race, and a lot of the guys are in this. It obviously means they can do it.
Yeah.
So when I say seeded, it's just like when we're looking at the top 10 in the overalls, there's only one top 10 rider in this. In fact, Mattis, he's 10th place.
Yeah.
He's just moved up to 10th, and he's sitting in 2nd place here, just behind Amado Vrieswijk. And you can see Amado has already got a nice, comfortable lead ahead of the pack. Still needs to stay on, still needs to keep it pretty relatively safe, which is not easy in these conditions. Mattis, nice jibe there, just ahead of Alexander Cousin.
Cedric
We
Board.
got Cedric Board, who's been looking good in the last round. He caused a few problems for a few people, actually. But Amado Vrieswijk, like I said, he is the top seeded rider in this, the one guy who can really move up the rankings with 2 discards. He very well, if he has a good result in the final, depending on other results, could be leading this competition.
He won here last year.
Yep. He's got good pedigree here in Sylt. He likes it. And it went head-to-head with Matt Chetwikovsky for that win last year. And in the end, it was Amado that did it. I think his first win in the foil slalom. So,
yeah, I mean, when it was foil slalom. Oh,
bit sketchy. Bit sketchy. Not the easiest of jibe for Bonaire.
No, oh, they both get backwinded. Cedric had the same thing.
Oh, Cedric's in trouble now. They are all going to come through on this swell. He's very low. He is going to lose a lot of ground. Mattis lost ground as well, though. I think is that Kornum that's come through on the Neil Pride. So Kornum's been racing well in these tricky conditions. One of the lighter riders in the competition, and he is moved up into a solid qualifying position in 2nd now. Cedric Board missing out. Mattis coming through. Alexander Cousin missing out.
It's getting close. Did the wind drop a bit that they're getting backwinded at the
One
jibe?
of these riders on your screen now will miss out a place in the semi-finals. Kernan, just closing down on Cedric Board. Cousin's going to come through. Board's under a lot of pressure here. Mattis goes through. Kuhnum goes through. Board, nice inside jibe from Cedric. He's getting better on the foil.
Definitely. I mean, he's putting in the hours, doing a lot of testing for Severn, but he's getting better and better. I think
his speed from Amado Vreeswijk, he looks very much in control. Again, he's got to keep it together, keep concentrated.
Yeah.
He's got a good lead, but one mistake, these 4 guys are going straight past him.
Yeah, exactly.
So, 1 jibe mark to go. We saw the Beast crash at this jibe mark on his own, so it is possible, but not for Amado Vreeswijk. Nice and safely round. Little touchdown. Not so much wind out there, but he looks good. Mattis comes round. Kuhnum comes round. And Board is staying ahead of Alexander Kuzan.
Good racing from Board. He looked in a bit of trouble, but since then controlled it pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, already by Amado making this top 16, he's moving up the rankings already.
Yeah.
What he couldn't have afforded to do was to not make the semis. Now it's about making the final.
Yeah.
Well, crossing the line first would be the first achievement.
Done.
But it looks like Alexander Kuzan is giving it a good go here for 4th place. Amado's through, Mattis is through, Kuhnum's through. I tell you what, Alexander Kuzan has just come back from the dead almost. He was sitting in 5th place the whole way, and he just went underneath Cedric Board on that reach. Cedric Board will not be in the semi-finals. I thought it was a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, me too.
I thought it was totally done.
I think he maybe didn't protect fast enough.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna maybe just pass the line and look down with them and like, what?
I mean, there is a few lighter patches out there.
Yeah. I mean, I think here, look, Amado got fully backwinded. He almost crashed here.
Full backwind.
Good save.
He did well to survive that. When you're going down the swell in lighter winds, you really accelerate.
Same thing happened to Cedric. I mean, that's where he lost a lot of places. Oh, he's going to be bumped.
Yeah.
Defending well in the
I
jibe
saw him
there.
go back to the boat then to either complain about the wind or to ask who went through. It looks like they're both asking who went through because it was close. But I'm pretty sure that was Kuzan. Yeah, no, he's asking now. He looks a bit more upset. He probably can't believe it.
No.
Maybe he didn't even see him down there.
I don't think he did till he was at the finish line and just went like, damn. Daddy always on Finn, yes, but he's not racing that much today, is he?
No, exactly. So here we go, Elimination 7, heat number 5. This is the first. Oh no, this can't be. No, we need heat number 4 is what we need.
Yeah.
Heat number 4 is next, not the heat on your screen.
And there's actually a guy in with a Finn that is making top 16 the whole time.
Yeah, so we got
the last one maybe.
We got Pogaman in this. We got Kudu, Vonk. We've not seen him really performing so far at this competition. Schoberg, Rocha, TMA has been on the Finn in every race. And then we got Bruno Martini, Johan So, and Mortefon. Top seeds for sure: Martini, So, Mortefon. Who will get the 4th spot? I feel like it's a battle for 4th.
Yeah.
No disrespect to any of the other guys, but those guys are the ones that have been performing. They're the top seeds. The 4th place is up for grabs. TMA is the 4th seed because he's the guy who's been making the semis. He's on the Finn.
Yeah.
So you would kind of favour maybe not TMA. And then you're thinking maybe Jordi Vonk.
Yeah. I mean, who else do we have? Jordi Vonk. Yeah, probably.
Pogaman's been going good in the lighter winds, actually. Rocha obviously has a chance. Schoberg's been going good. Kudu, not seen much of him.
No, but still, you never know. The race is not over till it's done.
It looks like it's dropped, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the forecast was that it was going to drop around 2 o'clock. So that's not good news for the Finn. But
here we go. Jimmy TMA still on the Finn. Has he got a chance? Actually, looking from that angle, the wind looks like it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Here we go. 5 seconds left. 2, 1. Good start from Jimmy TMA at the front. And we got Kudu with a good start and getting a bit loose. Also got Johan So actually not with a good start. Like, he is sitting very deep at the moment. Does he not want to push? Maybe he fancies his chances, but you never can tell.
Same with Mortefon on top. He's not that that much at front as
Yeah,
well.
everyone seems pretty relaxed. Bruno Martini, though, flying at the front. Jimmy Tieme is flying. It always looks like on the fin they're pushing so much harder because you see that spray come off. You see, you know, there's more movement going on. Always looks exciting. But Bruno Martini is the first man into this first mark. Not too far behind, and a lovely bit of swell for Jimmy Tieme.
Horrible for Jordi Vonk
Yeah,
as well.
but the problem is, with the angle of the wind, he had to come off the back of that swell and then just stops dead. So that's it. The fin is gone in this race. Bruno Martini so far ahead already. Actually, second place up to Pierre.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pierre looking good in second. Jordi Vonk a little bit further back.
He got unlucky with that jibe.
Yeah, Rusha.
Yeah.
Johan So's back in the mix.
Yeah, Johan So in front of you in fourth place. It's not what you want to see.
No, that's always the worst, when the fourth place is just some absolute nut job who is so fast, consistent. It's not the one you want. So Bruno Martini in first. I'm pretty sure it's Pierre Mortefon in second. Johan So in third. Not an easy jibe for him. And then Malte Rusha maybe.
Good jibe from Jordi. Is he going to get over the top?
Yeah, Jordi, Rusha and the Beast fighting it out for fourth place. Or third and fourth, I should say.
Yeah, fourth and fifth is Malte Rusha against Jordi Vonk.
Jordi Vonk's having a little bit of a run in here.
I think he just needs to try and read the swell. Well, I say just try and read the swell, but if he gets a good jibe, he's straight there.
Yeah, top two look pretty solid. Bruno Martini. This is the last of the quarterfinals, just so you know. So top four get through to the semis. Bruno Martini, he loves leading, that's for sure. Pierre Mortefon won the last elimination. Johan So, keep your eye on him in the back. Down that swell, nice and safe.
Jordi had to go wide.
Yeah, good job from Rocha inside, but Jordi went wide but kept the speed.
Yeah.
Still very close for that fourth place between Rocha and Jordi Vonk.
Come on, Vonk.
You feel like you want to, you know, Jordi's not had his best competition so far. And these boys are going to push now. One jibe mark to go. At the front of the freak, Bruno's already round the last jibe mark and on his way home. And then we got Pierre Mortefon.
Where's Jordi?
And now, here's the battle. This is for fourth place.
Got the inside line, Jordi now.
Jordi has already got the inside line. Johan So ahead of them. Rocha! Man down. Makes it a bit more relaxing for Jordi Vonk on this last reach now. Not easy to control the foils down these swells, but that has definitely helped the Dutchman qualify for the semi-finals.
He's going to be happy with that. That was a good fight.
Bruno has just smoked that thing, isn't he?
Yeah.
Absolutely smoked him. Bruno Martini sitting in fifth place at the moment. Discards are ninth, and he will be looking very good, actually. He's on 17 points with the second discard, so now he's made the semis. Johan So's in there, Pierre Mortefon, and looks like Jordi Vonk taking that fourth spot. Schoberg, I think, coming through.
Yeah.
Fifth. Just missing out.
The man, the legend, Bruno. He's so massive.
He's massive, isn't he? You can't appreciate how big he is when you see him on the windsurf, but just on the beach, his shoulders.
Yeah.
He's like an absolute monster.
Yeah.
Look at this jibe. This is Jimmy Tieme. Jibes down the swell, but due to the angle, he has to go back up the swell on the exit.
Yeah.
And then he just stops dead.
I mean, Jordi there lost a lot of ground because he knew Jimmy was going to stand still, so
yeah,
he had to avoid, and then there to get going. Ooh, almost got pulled over there.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
it was
very
tight.
sticky, isn't it, when it's quite swelly like that?
Yeah, good racing from Jordi. He put himself here. This was the moment, you know, this reach where he just got under him, blocked Malte, and then Malte tried to get around it, just got a little bit hung up, and then that's where he lost it.
Yeah. I'll just read the comments. So boring to watch. I think you haven't seen the racing today. I think some of the ones we've just watched now have been the least action.
Yeah.
But today, there has been some insane racing. It has been edge of your seat stuff, and we are now into the semi-finals. And I'll tell you what, I think we're going to see more of the same for what we saw this morning. The wind has obviously dropped a little bit, but I think there's plenty of swell. There's plenty of big boys that need a result, and they're going to push.
I mean, now from the semi, all the level is super, super high. There were 2 heats now, which was easier. I would say the first and the last heat was a bit easier. But now, Rutkowski, Isaac, Hubert, Giacchino, Becker, Marotti, Goyard, Benedetti. Poof.
The semis are not easy. I would say they're pretty much the same. So yeah, Rutkowski, Isaac, Hubert, Giacchino, Becker, Marotti, Goya, Bennett. That's a tough
That's
semi.
a tough one.
And then the second semi. But before we go into this next one, we're going to go straight to ads. We're going to be back to bring you the semi-finals.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
All right, let's get it on. We're lining up Benedetti, Goya, Marotti, Becker, Giacchino, Hooper, Isaac, Rutkowski. This is not a final. This is the semi. But this side of the draw is loaded. I tell you what, I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be a super fight. Benedetti not looking good at the moment. Maciek Rutkowski down that bottom end. It looks like Enrico Marotti is in a good line if he's not over the line. Oh, it was close up that top end. Goya down this bottom end. Maciek Rutkowski, was it a general recall? We'll have to wait and see. It looks good. Everyone was clear ahead. Matteo Giacchino with a great start up near the boat, and he is flying down on top of Enrico Marotti. He knows he can't go safe in this semi-final. You've got to go hell for leather from the beginning. So Matteo Giacchino has just rolled all the way down on top of Nico Goya to get the inside line. So a good move from Matteo Giacchino to hold that inside coming into the first mark. Nico Goya second. Enrico Marotti in third. Maciek Rutkowski again in a dangerous fourth place. Where's Becker? Rounding first, Giacchino, Goya, Marotti, Mateusz Isaac, Rutkowski, Becker again on the inside with a devastatingly good jibe. That guy is the jibing king. He's just moved up. Well, actually, he's fighting for fourth place with Mateusz Isaac. Not an easy fight, but Becker has definitely got what it takes. But it's bad news at the moment for Rutkowski fans. He's sitting a little bit out of it. In about sixth place at the moment. Any mistakes, he'll be there. But not quite finding his game at the moment. And Matthias Isaacs took a really different line into this mark. Goya is now leading. So Nico Goya goes round in first. Matteo Iachino second. Third place, Enrico Marotti. Then Becker now up into fourth place. Oh! And he has down. Becker's gone down. It's a disaster for the German. He really had a chance to be leading this event if he could make the final. But he won't be making the final for there. It's good news for Maciek Rakowski. He's closer now, but he's still not in the top 4. Matthias Isaac needs the second discard. He could be leading this competition. Really is all to play for. Nico Goya again has a chance, and Matteo Iachino. We've got 3 guys who are fighting it to be leading this event at the end of Elimination 7. Nico Goya heading this qualification in the semi-finals in first place. Then Matteo Iachino. Then Enrico Marotti. Then we've got Matthias Isaac. Maciek Rakowski goes inside. But it's a better jibe. It's a better jibe for Isaac. And he's pulled out a bit more on the Polish rider. Maciek Rakowski is not looking like a qualifying position.
That was close.
Oh, Nico Goya just tapped that swell then. Nearly went over the handlebars. He needs to keep it together. 1 jibe mark to go. Keep your eye on 4th place because that is where the action could be happening on this jibe mark. Oh, a little bit of a bumpy one for Nico Goya. Makes it round safe. Matteo Iachino looks good. Enrico Marotti, but look at 4th place. Matthias Isaac. Oh, little sketchy jibe. Maciek goes inside. Maciek makes the move inside. Matthias Isaac, could he be leading this competition? This will determine it. This is the fight between the Challenger Sail and FMX board of Maciek Rakowski and the superb combo of Matthias Isaac. It is all on this race, and Maciek has gone low, and he's actually winning it. Let's go back to that fight. The win doesn't matter here. The win does not matter. Goya's going to win it. Croatia is going to be in 3rd place, but Matthias Isaac has missed out. Maciek Rakowski gets the 4th place, and he will be absolutely delighted with that. But Matthias Isaac, who had a chance to be leading this competition, is now in the runners-up final. It's been a bad day for the Brazilian.
He came in leading this event.
Oh, he's had a shocker of a day. He got a 9th in the first one, 18.5. The best he can do now is another 9th place. He really needed that second discard, and he would have been right in the game.
Yeah, what a shame, what a shame. I mean, it was a close fight, that last jibe. Maciek was on his toes, and he really had to push it wide, and Maciek just came a little bit better out of it, and then had that one swell where the Brazilian went over the swell a little bit, got a bit stuck, and Maciek just rolled down more with the swell, and that kind of made the difference, I would say.
Oh, man, you got a feel for Becker, though. Yeah. Watch him on this jibe. Oh, yeah. It just cut out the water, and he managed to nearly get it back. If he'd have made that, you'd have to put money on him making the final.
Definitely. And then both Maciek and Matthias.
This was still a fight. Matthias still had him at this point.
Yeah.
Still had him at this point, and actually got a good run out of this jibe. Cruised it really well. Coming into this jibe, Maciek had caught up, and then Maciek is just sitting on his tail. And then this was the moment here. Flipped the rig early, and then drove that power down there to cut inside.
But then Matthias still came in front of his nose.
Yeah, he got stuck a little bit on that swell.
Yeah, but then because he went over it, he got stuck on the other swell, and Maciek kept on the same swell, and that was the difference. I think if Matthias there would have been a bit more patient and just run with the swell, Maciek wouldn't have been able to get over it. But it's super, super tight. It's easy for us to tell, but I think when you're in the racing, you just want to be able to cover the guy.
We've just heard it's raining, so we don't have any drones.
Yeah.
No drones. This is going to be back to the old school, people. Second semi-final.
Bad start from Amado, I saw.
Yeah. Vrieswijk, Mattis, Kernum, Cousin, Martini, Mortefon, So, and Vonk. You would expect Amado to qualify. You'd expect Johan So. You'd expect Bruno. But what will we get? Mortefon as well. We've got kind of 4 good seeded riders in this. The other guys have been making finals, but they're going to have to put their A game on if they're going to beat these guys. Pierre's not having a good start here, is he? Mortefon quite far back. It's not easy to tell without the drone, but it's going to be Bruno running first, then Johan So, then Amado Vrieswijk, then Pierre Mortefon. So it is the 4 seeded riders, as we would say, the top 10 guys that are in the top 4 places. I mean, it just goes to show the difference, the look we get with the drone.
Did number 1 and 2 go down? Or did they just get such a better run out of it that they were suddenly out of the screen?
Now, there we go. That's the drone back. We got Amado Vrieswijk leading, Pierre Mortefon in second. You're right. We have had
Joe So and
Bruno.
Marotti crashed, or?
Yeah, Johan So and Bruno Martini. Are they ahead of these guys?
I don't know. I would be surprised that they pulled out that much. No, they're not ahead. They must both have fell in that first jibe, just
See,
of the
that's
screen.
what happens when you don't have the drone. You can't see. Because with the drone, you can see further back on the race course. It's such, you know, being able to film from the front, looking back, you get to see all riders, and that is the difference.
They're still not up.
Well, wow. So then maybe there was a coming together, a crash. Let's hope they're okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's definitely hope they're okay, because I would guess maybe someone crashed and the other one went into them.
Yeah.
It's the only kind of explanation. So 2 top-seeded riders have gone down, and it's bad news for Johan So fans. Good thing is he has got a better second discard than a lot of riders, and he's going to have to use it now. So he won't drop down the rankings so much. But this guy at the front needs to make the final. Amado Vrieswijk can be leading this event. Second place, Pierre Mortefon. Then we've got a real battle. The Gastra of Mattis, I think, is in there. He's having a good day today. He's up into 10th place overall. Kurnum's in there. And where's Pierre Mortefon going?
He's going fully down.
Wow. What is happening?
Is Amado going to the
Just
wrong mark
different lines there. He just went off on his own. I thought he was having a moment, but
I think he did.
Yeah.
I think the wind just picked up a little bit with that rain.
Wow. Because there is wind coming. There's a big rain cloud. Amado Vrieswijk needs to keep it together. He will be having a stormer today. Pierre Mortefon wrestles to get it back together. He's had a few wobbles. Matt is still in third. I think Alexander Kuzan in 4th place, but it's a fight with the Neil Pride of Kurnum, I think it is.
No, the Croatian, no?
Oh, is it?
Isn't he in it?
No.
Oh, no, Kurnum.
Kurnum. Yeah, Kurnum. So Amado Vrieswijk, the wind is picking up. We're seeing all sorts of craziness. The wind has probably shifted a bit, but it is going to be Amado Vrieswijk that makes this 7th elimination final, and he will be going right up the rankings. Pierre Mortefon as well, and then it looks like Mattis and Kuzan, and Kurnum misses out on his 2nd final, which would have been good. Would have had 2, but great day for Mattis.
Amazing day for Amado as well, I would say.
Yeah, Amado Vrieswijk is going to go up the rankings.
He's going to shoot up.
He's going to discard a 22.5. He moves to 13 points, and whatever he gets in this final. If he wins the final, he will be leading this event after 7 eliminations, and it would cap off what has been a very, very solid day. Michel Becker had a chance to do it. He crashed in the last one. Otherwise, he would have been absolutely flying up the rankings as well. But it's going to be close. It's all going to depend where they finish in this final to how the final standings obviously will play out. Look at this. Oh, he did have a wobble.
That was a big gust.
He's just bent his legs and he's just holding on.
Amazing that he still held it together.
Oh, impressive. Very impressive.
He's been having a good day, Mortefon, as well. He won the last final. He's in the final again.
Yeah.
When it's super light, I feel he's struggling a little bit, but then as soon as there's some power in his sails,
he's had a good day today. 5th and a 1st, and he's in the next final. So he struggled at the beginning of the week, 7, 9, 18.5 and 12, but he will definitely move up. He's going to discard a 12th place. If he can get another top result, he's not in with the top boys, but he's back in probably 5th, 6th contention if he could put in another top result. So he's already in the final, but the work is far from over for Pierre Mortefon, because he's making up for problems that he caused himself in that first day where his results weren't quite what he wanted.
Yeah, and that makes it super interesting for the title race as well. He's 2nd in the rankings behind Maciek. Both of them aren't really having their best results at the moment. So yeah, it's super, super interesting.
Yeah, we're going to come on to that in a minute. Before that, we go straight to ads, and we'll be back to bring you the finals.
Irgendwo da draußen ist er, der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt, den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks, auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be, for whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.
Volkswagen.
Escaping reality and reconnecting with yourself. Adventure awaits.
Okay, so we are back for the finals. Runners-up final first. This is the battle for 9th place. We've already seen Matthias Isaac being in the runners-up final today, which he did win earlier today. So keep your eye on him. Benedetti's going to be one to watch. Hooper, Becker as well in this runners-up final. He's going to need a 9th, and that would probably be a counting result. Let me just have a little check. Yeah, so if he gets a 9th in this one, Becker will count that 9th place. So it's actually quite an important race for Becker. Anything other than first, he's losing points because that second discard comes in. Kernum in there, Vonk, Johan So, Bruno Martini. This is a pretty stacked runners-up final.
Benedetti.
Yeah, this is not an easy one, definitely. And a lot of the overalls points will change because, like I say, a top result here will stop them using it as a discard. If you get a bad result in this, you'd expect to use it as a discard. If you get a good result, the chances are these guys will be counting it, so it does make a difference. Is that Maciej Rakowski?
I was just exactly thinking the same.
Why is that? Is he just having a practice? Yeah,
Yeah.
It's not okay. He's up win. I was just saying, wow. Okay, so here we go. Runners up final. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. Bang! bang. There we go. Looks like it's a clean start. Benedetti down this, closest to us. Then we've got the Jordi Vonk on the duotone, the white sail. Matthias Isaac on the red Severn. Black 0.7 sail up the top end is the beast, Johan So. Michelle Becker just behind him on the Patrick. Looks like Hooper is a bit further back on the Phantom sail, and then actually Bruno Martini, not good start from him on the Neil Pride, but we know how fast and how hard Bruno pushes. But Johan So pushing towards the front. Matthias Isaac also looking good. Matthias Isaac really needs a 9th place here. He's been really consistent this week. He would have wanted to be in the final, as would Johan So. This will be a discard for Johan So anyway. Good jibe down the beginning of that wave, and it's not good news for Jordi Vonk as he gets super stuck. Becker once again comes out smelling of roses. He really has got the jibing sorted on the foil. He's got some sort of different technique, it always feels like, that he accelerates so hard out the jibe. So top 3 at the moment, Johan So leading. Second place, Matthias Isaac. Then we've got Michelle Becker. Each of these riders will really want to win this runners-up final. Johan So, it will be a discard for him, but then he's still got, you know, single digits on his scorecard. I don't think this would be the worst result for him this week. That's how consistent the young fella's been. Good jibe from Matthias Isaac, good jibe from Johan, good jibe from Becker again, accelerating at the end of that jibe, and he's going to put pressure on these front two. Just expect Becker to come through here. I just have that feeling, but Matthias Isaac putting his IQ foiling stuff to good use here and using the pumping skills, and he's overtaking or trying to push to get past Johan So. Is he going to get there? He's really pushing hard. It's close. Johan holding him off at the moment. Becker just behind, picking his way. This might be an advantage to Becker if these two get into a bit of a fight. And he has rolled him. So Matthias Isaac gets past Johan So in the end. He's going to have to now find his line. Keep your eye on Becker. Matthias Isaac round in first, then the beast. Good jibes.
Good jibe from Benedetti on the last one.
Okay, so it doesn't look like Becker has got through. And it looks like the other fight has gone. It's all about the first position here. Matthias Isaac trying to get another 9th on his scorecard. Again, keeping those discards low. That is the key, because you never know what's going to happen in Sylt. 1 jibe mark to go. Johan So in second place. Becker in third. Matthias Isaac leading, coming into this last jibe mark. Who's going to push harder? Who's going to get the best exit? There's a lovely bit of swell, and Johan So has got it. Johan So has got the inside line on the swell, and now we're going to see it go. Matthias Isaac is going to try and pump his way down, but big boy Johan So has maybe got the little bit of an edge here. It's going to how the swell lines up, and I tell you what, this is going to come right down to the line. Johan So trying to find the swell. He can't keep holding the line, and Matthias gets him. That's it. It's done. Matthias Isaac will win this. That was where the battle was. Real close battle. Matthias gets the 9th. 10th place for Johan So. 11th for Michelle Becker. And that will be a counting result for Becker, I think.
Benedetti 12.
Benedetti. And then Hooper. Oof. Yeah, so let's have a look at the results. Always close in this racing. So Becker, his second worst result was a 14th. So he will now discard the 14th and he'll count a 11th.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
11th.
Gains 3 points.
So he'll gain 3.
That's not that much, I don't think.
No, so he goes down to 25.7. Not going to be in it for the top boys, but he's going to be right up there in the top 10, that's for sure. Mid-fleet. He's not going to lose as much as he could have, but he really wanted to be in that final.
Who said before it's not exciting on the foil? Did you see how close they're jibing and everything?
And you've got to remember, this is light winds. Yeah. Like, this wouldn't be happening on the fin in these type of conditions. You wouldn't see this type of racing. Yeah. Look at this. Inside.
This was a pumping battle, like hell. Like, you thought Joe had it here, and then he didn't give off, Matthias, did he?
Yeah.
And then just got over that swell and did a very good reading of the line, you know. Amazing to see.
Okay, we're going up to winners finals next. And this is very exciting. A lot of things can happen in this race. Matteo Iachino, keep your eye on him. Amado Vrieswijk, keep your eye on him. Goya, these are the key guys in this, but obviously everyone else can cause some problems. We've got Mattis storming up the field. Alexander Kuzan in this as well. Maciek Rakowski is finally back in the final.
all from
Pierre
the top.
Mortefon. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Bang, good start up that top end. Kuzan down this bottom end, but look at Amado Vrieswijk pulling out in the middle of the pack. There is some big boys missing in this final, but the main contenders for those top 3 places is Amado Vrieswijk, Nico Goya, and Matteo Giacchino. If Amado wins this, he will be leading this event here in Sylt by my mathematics. Down that bottom end, Pierre Mortefon. Keep your eye on him. He's been going faster today. We got Alexander Kuzan a bit further back. Maciek Rakowski looking good in second place at the moment. Could we see him getting a win? But Amado Vrieswijk looks like he knows what he's got to do. A win here, and it will all be changed. Pierre Mortefon and Maciek Rakowski having a battle. Amado trying to get flying again. Super light coming out that jibe mark. Wow, look at the fight for this places. Wow. Amado Vrieswijk. Then we've got Matteo Giacchino coming through. Look at Nico Goya at the back. There's some swell lines coming through. All those 3 players going for the win are all in the top 3 right now as Nico Goya goes over the top of Maciek Rakowski. So Goya coming back through with some serious speed here, trying to roll Matteo Giacchino.
Amado on the lead still, and that's putting him in the lead of the event at the moment. I have the feeling on the way in he's faster than on the way out, so yeah, he
needs to keep this jibe together. Amado Vrieswijk round safely. Goya already up into second place. Matteo Giacchino has definitely not given up the fight yet. Maciek Rakowski in 4th place. But it's all about Amado Vrieswijk and Nico Goya at the moment. Nico Goya will discard a 7 points here, so he'll go down to 14.4 points after this. Amado will go down to 13. Oh, and Goya has gone straight into the lead. Or has he? He's pumping underneath, but Amado's got a better line. Amado will still be leading by my eyes. He's got the heavier body weight. He's holding it, keeping it steady. 2 jibe marks to go. Amado Vrieswijk needs to keep it together, but Goya is the danger man. I think he might still be leading, even if he finishes second in this. I need to start working out the maths. Maybe Dieter can do some adding on, but that's a great jibe from Amado Vrieswijk. Goya's still there. Matteo Giacchino is still there. This could be the top 3 in this final. That will be the top 3 at the end of this final. After a 7 elimination, second discard kicks in. Amado Vrieswijk will be leading, and he has actually extended the lead on Nico Goya. 1 jibe mark to go. Can Nico Goya find a way past Amado Vrieswijk? 1 jibe mark to go. Is it in his hands? I think it is. Oh, he's got a big bit of swell here. It's a sketchy looking jibe, but he's had a little moment, but he's absolutely nailed it in the end. Nailed it in the end. Amado surely is now got one hand on that victory in this 7th elimination, and he will be leading Sylt 2023. What a comeback today. He had to be steady Eddie today. He couldn't afford a mistake. He's got 2 22.5s on the score sheet. He needed 3 good races today to get the second discard, and he crosses the line. Oh, well, does he? That's a little moment, but crosses the line, gets the second discard. He's now leading this event. Nico Goya, I think, might be in second place. It's close between him and Matteo Giacchino. We'll do the maths now. Maciek Rakowski in 4th, a better result for him. Then we've got Pierre Mortefon. He's had a much better day today, and he will move up the rankings as well. Okay, let's do some maths, Dieter. Nico Goya will go to 14.4. He'll go to 16.4. Matteo Giacchino gets rid of an 8th place. He goes down to 12.7
so
plus
3,
15.7. So he's ahead of...
No, 14.4 you just said.
Okay, so he's just behind in 3rd place.
Yeah.
So Matteo Giacchino 3rd, Nico Goya 2nd, Amado Vrieswijk will be leading on 13.7. There's 2 points separating the top 3. Wow, super close racing. What a day for this man, Amado Vrieswijk. I mean, he had a lot of pressure going in today. He has been so consistent. What has he put in today?
A 1st, a 3rd, and a 3rd, I think, or something.
A 3rd, a 4th, and a 1st.
Yeah.
3rd, a 4th, and a 1st. In these conditions, he's had the most consistent day. I think Pierre Mortefon 5th, a 1st, and a 5th, which is still pretty good racing as well. Matteo Giacchino, 8th place. That's what he didn't want in that first one. But then a 3rd and a 2nd.
Yeah.
That's the difference with him leading and not, is that mistake in the first one. And then Nico Goya, 1st, a 7th, and a 2nd.
Yeah.
Also a good day.
Oh, definitely a good day. I think all of them got a very good day, and that's why they're all so close together. but Amado striking back on one of the last days. So let's see. I mean, I don't know. There's gonna do one more elimination today, or what's the?
Wow. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some maths at the end of this, or we just wait.
It's gonna be super close.
I mean, the whole top 10 now is going to be interesting to see. Matthias Isaac will be there, you know. Bruno Martini will be there. They're not going to be too far away, but they're not challenging at the moment for the podium places. Alfie Hart there doing the highlights at the moment. I think if you have missed the live stream today, stay tuned for that highlights at the end, but he'll be a very happy boy. Yeah, we're going to go straight to an interview down the beach, but like I said, from our reckoning, he is now leading this event. Here we go.
Exactly.
Amado, taking the win in that one and also now leading the event. How's your day gone?
Good. Try to be as consistent as possible. In the second elimination today, I was leading at the first mark. I had a bad timing at the first mark with the wave. Clipped the buoy as well, so I went in, but managed to come back to fourth. And now it was like 100% at the start. It was lighter, so it had to be a good start. And once I was in the lead, I was trying to control everything because Nico was breathing down my neck, but I managed to keep him behind. So good.
Awesome. Well, it's been a great day for you, now leading the event. Mindset for the last few days?
Trying to stay consistent. I had some two bad timings with waving, made a crash in the first round, which is not good. But I managed to clean them now with the two discards, and let's keep the momentum going.
Good luck. We're going to go straight to Matteo Iachino.
Oh, there we go. We're going straight to Matteo.
Matteo, second place there. How's your day? Sorry, third place there. How's your day gone?
Yeah, it didn't start amazing. I qualified nice for the first final, but then I touched the first mark with a boom, and I crashed, so I got last in the first final. And then I managed to get twice in the winners final again and two third places. So I would say up and down. A solid last two races with waves and stuff. So I'm quite happy about it.
Second place overall, we think. Mindset for the rest of the week? Attack Amado or stay happy in second?
In the end, you don't decide much. So let's hope we get more conditions, we keep racing. I'm a solid guy, so like I have peaks, but usually I'm steady. So the more we race, the better it is for me. So I'm definitely happy. It's so challenging here, and I guess some gear break and some mistakes too. So being in second is good, sure.
What equipment have you been on today? It looks like it's been up and down. Has it been changing or staying the same?
Yeah, I went in this morning with 7.0 on the small board, but then it became too light, so we were between 8 and 9 all the time. The last two eliminations we've been on 8 mostly because we cannot come back to change. Some moments we could have been on 7 and some moments on 9, but in the end it's so hard to go back and forth with the gear here. You can break buttons and stuff, so in the end we all stayed out and safer.
Awesome. Well, good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there we go. Matteo Iachino actually just reminding me, like actually Amado, he crashed at the first mark in the first final and came back to fourth.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many things that have happened today, which is crazy. Again, Matteo crashed, hit the buoy as well, crashed. You know, there is a lot going on. But yeah, what we reckon in 13.7 points for Amado Vreeswijk in first, Matteo in second on 15.4 or something, and then Goya on 16.7 or something.
All to play
I can't remember.
One more race and everything can change
Yeah, but then
again.
the problem is for Amado Vreeswijk, his second discard is a 22.5.
Yeah.
That is horrible.
Yeah. He can't make any mistakes.
Any mistakes, he drops right out of it.
Yeah.
Like, bang, gone. 10 points out. Easily. Like, maybe more. Okay, we're going to have a look at the slow-mos from that race as the boys discuss how it was out there. But it just comes down to small things. Amado saying he knew he had to push the start.
Yeah, everyone up at the boat, no one at the pin, so I guess the boat definitely had advantage. I mean, if all the top guys are starting from there.
They've put it a lot straighter, squarer line now, they've said. A lot of the riders were asking for that rather than port end bias. And then, as Amado said, he was just controlling it, trying to keep a solid one.
Yeah,
I mean, Maciek, 4th place in that, but he's just not at his event at the moment. He's still in that side, the top 10, but he was leading the rankings going into this competition. Pierre Mortefon was close. Matteo Iachino could be the big mover.
At the moment, yes.
Yeah, he could be leading this event. I mean, the whole rankings at the end of Sylt.
Yeah, because Johan dropped quite a bit now. Johan...
He hasn't dropped that much.
He's still 4th.
He's still in the mix. I'm still waiting for the result. There we go. Yeah, he's still 4th.
Yeah.
So yeah, Vrieswijk just got the results have just gone through. So 13.7 Amado Vrieswijk, 15.7 Matteo Iachino, 16.4 Goya. These guys are ahead of the rest of the pack by 6 points, by 8 to 6 points. So these guys have got a bit of breathing
Look how
room.
happy he was.
Yeah, he knew it. 3 good, solid results today. I said to him at the beginning of the day, solid day, you could be leading quite easily. I mean, he knows that, obviously. He doesn't need me to tell him, but it's like, yeah, he's happy. He's happy. Johan So, 4th place on 22 points. Then Matthias Isaac, he's slipped back today, 25 points. 25.7 for Becker. He's still in 6th place. He could have done some massive moving if he'd have made that final.
Yes,
and
it was so close. Yeah, he crashed. I think, pressure is there, but he still, come on, it's his rookie year.
Yeah. It's just, I feel for him because it would have been amazing in Germany. Yeah. I mean, Bruno Martini in 7th place. Maciej Rakowski's dropped to 8th. But it's so close. Look at this. In from, just to give you an idea, 9th, Pierre Mortefon, 26.7. Maciej Rakowski, 8th, 26.7. Bruno Martini just ahead of him on 26. And then Becker on 25.7. And then 5th place, 25 points. That's like 5 riders. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 riders in 1 point. So
nothing.
One more race, that whole top 10 changes. Okay. The next possible start we're hearing is 4.
Okay.
So 4 for Wave. Okay. So we will keep you posted. I wasn't sure they were going to go for 3 eliminations. I thought 3, today that could be it for the day. Let me just check that before I sign out or tell you to wait around, because I would like to. With the competition of 7 eliminations completed, winners final. Okay, it doesn't say anything just yet. So at the moment, we don't know.
No, but I did see them bringing in some boys. I just saw the.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we're gonna do some ads. I have a feeling that is it for the racing. Obviously, if there is any change, we are straight back on to bring the action. They are still on hold for waves. There's a few people been out there trying and testing, so keep eyes on that, because there is a few waves around. But yeah, an exciting day so far. We'll leave you with some ads, and again, as soon as we get any action, we'll be right back to bring it to you.
Irgendwo da draußen ist der perfekte Urlaub, wo die Zeit stillsteht und man glücklich ist und man spürt, dass immer jemand für dich da ist. Lass dich treiben. Komm mit.
Schauinslandreisen.
Urlaub in besten Händen.
Got to be. Gemeinsam für euch. Ultra starker Halt. Den ganzen Tag. Für matte Looks. Auf jeder Welle. Sofortiges Volumen im Handumdrehen. Got to be. For whoever you want to be.
Heineken celebrates 150 years of the perfect serve. It should be served in its purest form.
More ice?
Quality brew with malt hops and water for a crisp taste that needs nothing else.
Can I get some limes, por favor?
Pour at 45-degree angle and sculpt to perfection.
Sparen war gestern. Jetzt einfach anlegen mit Smarvesto. Die digitale Vermögensverwaltung mit künstlicher Intelligenz. Smarvesto analysiert täglich die Märkte der ETFs und ETCs und optimiert Ihre Geldanlage. Jetzt einfach anlegen auf smarvesto.de.
Tja, unser Buddy hatte eine OP vor 2 Wochen. Da ging's ihm ganz schön schlecht. Zum Glück hat die Hanse Merkur die Tierklinik bezahlt. Und jetzt sind alle wieder glücklich.
Eine Leistung unserer Tierversicherung. Hand in Hand ist Hanse Merkur. Ausgezeichnet von Stiftung Warentest.